There's that funky fly guitar music. It comes on every Monday through Friday live. 5 Evil FB Network, Rumble, X, YouTube. Check us out, subscribe, and all that good stuff on there. Lots coming up. Election fraud update. Emerald Robinson is really putting the juice to it. Voter ID, who has it, who doesn't? Will Activision be the downfall of Gulag? Gavin Newsom. Duncan versus Bond to the famous second A amendment case is going to conference to see how that shapes up December 5th. Let's go. Second Amendment Foundation. Erica Kirk says, looking really something at JD Vance. Purdue man is arrested for domestic violence in Rancho Cucamonga. Robert Garcia, the odious representative in Congress from down in LA, holds an ICE about the ICE raids hearings down there. What about the people in Palisades or Altadena that got all their homes burned? No, we had to have Rick Scott and Ron Johnson from Wisconsin come out and do that. Rob Bonnet gets an FPP complaint filed against him on that $500,000 he said he was helping out the feds. But lead story of the day. Gavin Newsom waste $450 million. $450 million of your hard-earned dollars that he took to you by point of gun and flushed it right down the toilet on a 911 system that absolutely did not function. AFU, they hit the on switch and it doesn't work. It's pretty amazing that you could get to a point in California where you see a headline like this. Here's the New York Post. Soon to be the California Post, I believe. They're going to be the New York Post, which is the one good part about the Murdoch operation. They're, at least New York Post is halfway honest. California wastes $450 million on new 9/11 system. The state is now ditching. Bianca Hayward wrote this. California's a state that prides itself on being the epicenter of technology, has taught an absolute masterclass in bureaucratic incompetence. No. Oh, it's a bureaucratic AFU of all AFUs, scrapping a new 9/11 system that cost more than $450 million in taxpayer money. The staggering sum, which ballooned from initial estimates in 2019, was poured into the next generation 911 project, meant to modernize the state's antiquated 70s area emergency line. 6 years later, the state's emergency services agency, Cal CSS, has thrown in the towel, declaring the initial regional design as a complete failure. How we get ourselves into these absolute stupid situations. Does this sound like the bullet train? $40 million spent on that. And we're absolutely incompetent of anything. it's truly amazing of how in the world this stuff works. The stupidity we have. This sounds exactly like the bullet train. Oh, it's only going to cost us $30 million to go straight through from LA to San Francisco, straight shot right up the coast. Now we're up to $120 billion, got a third of a mile of track, probably 20 billion in it. Was supposed to be done in 2020. LA to San Francisco, fully functional and running. 5 years later, they got a third of a mile of track up there in the middle of nowhere, Central California. It's truly, well, it's almost frightening. Well, it is frightening that we could be that stupid on this stuff. The core of the disaster was the state's decision to implement a regionalized 9/11 system, dividing California into four operational sectors, while the idea behind it was to prevent a single point failure. The execution was a mess. If we in California, home of technology, Silicon Valley, up there, San Francisco, San Jose, all everything, best and the brightest. We can't even improve on a 50-year-old 9/11 system. They hit the switch and it didn't work. Of all the colossal failures of something as relatively technologically simple that we built 50 years ago before computers, when a high-dollar calculator could barely do trigonometry. Remember the old TI-30? Wow, that was like, woo. It's like amicus beads today. Go look that one up. To we're in this situation. Newsom blows 450 million freaking dollars and can't get something that should be as simple as making a pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving coming up here on Thursday. And now they got to scrap the whole thing and start over again. 5 years, almost double the budget, and it still doesn't work. And we keep voting. You voted 2/3 to support Newsom there with Prop 50. They're going to come up with some more unbelievable stuff. LA County, no logic. No logic can explain this except they run the fear wagon at you. Oh, it's Trump. We got to go after Trump. Trump is taking, Trump's dictate. Trump's going to be the ruler. Trump's Hitler. Got to pass 50. Gerrymandering's bad, but we got to do it to stop Trump. Fear, 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 fear. Ask them to do a simple thing as to do the 911 system and redo that. Should be a technological piece of cake in the fourth largest economy. Technical, supposed to be the technology hub of the world. Absolutely stunning incompetence, failure, idiocracy, but mostly we all in California go look in the mirror because we keep supporting this turd. Well, close to a 2-1 margin. Unfreaking believable. It is stunning of how we in California worship this turd. And this is how they're gaslighting you. Beyond repair. California Democratic Party just released a little 30-second spot with the turd in chief himself, Gavin Newsom. Let's give this one a little whirl. Absolutely incredible.
This is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And
we matter, we care, we have your back. Yeah, you have our backs up against the wall of financial firing squad. $5 a gallon gas, groceries going out of place, $450 million down the toilet on a 911 system that doesn't work, that you took 6 years to build at over twice the original frickin' cost, or close to it. But we care, and we're going to protect you from that evil man, Trump. Again, he's taking gaslighting to a new level, a level never seen before.
I'll just say this. I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we know the best is yet to come. We can't wait for this. You've got us screwed up on our maps. You've ran practically every oil refinery, gas refinery, oil driller, gas driller out of the state. We're going to have to import oil from China and Venezuela just to try to get to work, to pay the taxes so you could flush $450 million down the toilet on a failed 911 system. This is as real as it gets. And then they go again, gaslighting you beyond belief. Let's run that again.
This is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety.
Isolated and anxiety. Look at everything for you. There is no positive message. There is no solution other than there's only one message. Grab your ankles. And if you don't complain at all, I might use a little lube.
And a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives.
Yeah, we could have never imagined you would screw up the once golden state almost beyond repair. It's incredible that we find ourselves at. But as I said, and the warning to the rest of you, don't let the cancer of California spread across your state to the other 49 states, because you ain't going to like it at all, one bit. Emerald Robinson dropped yesterday and today about 25 X posts on the election fraud. They were hiding this from Trump. Jared Kushner, according to Emerald Robinson in 2023, rolled this stuff out and squashed it, squashed the reports of the election fraud that was going in 2020. His own son-in-law. This was the first X post yesterday from ER, a few weeks before the 2024 election. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and former Senator David Perdue finally arranged a meeting between Trump advisor Susie Wiles and the one man who could explain exactly how American election systems were rigged. The meeting took place at Mar-a-Lago. This was before 2024. Susie Wiles had publicly said that election fraud was not real and that people thought we're crazy. How many times have we heard that? She's calling Trump crazy. That Trump said from day one, it's a rigged election. After the briefing, she didn't know what to think. She asked for a piece of cake, ate it slowly, then made the decision Trump's team should be briefed too. So obviously, Swampy Susie, as some call her, said, hey, this sounds like it was going to do 3-day meeting to confirm it. There's only one man Wiles trusted to confirm it all, Elon Musk. That call was made. That man found himself in a room with Musk. Musk declined to sit through the full briefing. He just said, give me the data. This is a guy that knows how to get things done. Don't give me the candy canes and that. Tell me what the hell's going on. So Musk read the AI summary of the technical data. Then he picked up the phone and made the call. We have a problem. It's true. Then Musk got on a plane to host a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. Remember this? October 17th, 2024, Musk got on stage and attacked Dominion. People were aghast 3 weeks before the election. Oh, he's another one of these crazies. He said, question the thing and we're going on. You can read this, obviously, at Emerald Robinson. Just type her in on X. You'll find her real easy. How could the 2024 steal be stopped a few weeks before the election? The man asked who briefed Musk at the team, Patrick Bryan, which is the Overstock guy, and Gary Bernstein. Team had recruited a dozen people who knew the rigged system was built in Venezuela. They worked for Smartmatic and Maduro. And then they're going to whistleblowers and General Flynn and all that stuff. The most important detail, the Dominion IP addresses had been located. It all cost $15 in a Bitcoin from an anonymous Japanese account. The relevant state and IP addresses were now verified. That's when Senator Mullen came to the rescue again. They got the cybersecurity team to take the data. On election day, nobody knew if the cybersecurity team had been successful knocking out Siberian computers. Everybody at Mar-a-Lago had to wait for the results without certainty The man who had briefed Musk flew to Oslo that day. His team would flee the U.S. if they failed. So Patrick Bryan, the overstock guy who's been on this for a long time, watched the results from Qatar. Gary Bernstein from Switzerland. All of them would be hunted down if the 2024 election fraud was successful and the USA would be finished. Elon Musk, according to Emerald Robinson, verified the fraud was real. He had been gaslit 4 years by a team to drop the topic. Trump was upset over this. So was Elon. The fact that his staff hired a Cuban intelligence asset in 2020 to investigate the fraud to lie to Trump that our elections were fair. That's the thing about Trump. He always hired the wrong people. His own advisors had tried to keep Trump from meeting with the team that saved the 2024 election. People like Boris Epstein and Chris Levitica, Susie Wiles' partner, in business. I don't know if they're romantically. They're the two gurus that ran the Trump campaign, and they have their own consulting business. Have blocked the truth at every turn. Now, Boris Epstein is a very interesting figure. He went to college with Eric Trump. He's real good buddies with Eric Trump. And when Trump got elected, it was rumored, oh, Epstein said, hey, you want a cabinet position? Here the story was out there. Oh, you put me on retainer for $40,000, $50,000 a month because Epstein's an attorney. Oh, we'll get you whatever. We'll get you the position that. When Trump, the rumor is when Donald found out about it, he hit the ceiling. Because there's one thing that Trump doesn't tolerate. It's people making money off of him without his knowledge or consent or taking part in it. So that's why you haven't seen it. That's maybe with this election fraud and this and other things. And maybe this is the other reason why you haven't seen Boris Epstein around. He was one of Trump's personal attorneys in this deal. I'm posting tweets one at a time, so X cannot hide, deboost the entire thread. My source, the team that saved the 2024 election, my proof, Venezuela is now surrounded by American warships. Here's number 14. Let's call the team that saved the 2024 election the Three Musketeers. It's a man who briefed Musk, Gary Brentson, gosh, I'll get that one right, and Patrick Byrne. I've now interviewed them many times, along with Smartmatic, whistleblowers from Venezuela. I confirm the key facts with ODNI. That's our intelligence agency, Office of National Intelligence. Here's where this story gets really wild. The Three Musketeers were the ones who warned Trump about election fraud after the 2020 election. Where do you think Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani got their information from Smartmatic? And Judge Jeanine got them connected. Judge Jeanine Pirro, who is now U.S. District Attorney over Washington, D.C., had her own judge show and was part of the Fox News deal on the 5 and stuff. This is the big one. Tune in. Patrick Byrne, who's been on top of this for a long time, the overstop guru. Emerald is breaking the story at last. X.com, Emerald Robinson, he's linking Emerald's tape. So Patrick Byrne is confirming, and he's been on top of this and on the inside and talking to all the main players, including Trump and Musk. So Trump had good intel about the fraud 2 days after the 2020 election. Then Trump called in Kirshner, that's Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, married to Ivanka, to gather a legal team to handle it all. Kirshner's team was briefed next, but they dismissed the intel and did nothing. Rudy and Sidney were hung out to dry with no help. So now you know why Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell were so confident back then. They were getting this information, I mean, from the highest sources that you could believe. And then, according to Emerald Robinson, Jared Kushner pulled the plug. Trump's own son-in-law. So back to the thread, we're about two-thirds through. Let's return to 2024. Trump had won. It's Christmas. The whistleblowers from Venezuela are moved from Gistan to the Bahamas on tourist visas to protect them. They're being hunted by the cartel. They need to get into the USA to testify and bring down the rigged voting machines. It's February 2025. The time is now up. With their visas expired, the whistleblowers would be sent back to Venezuela and killed. So Patrick Byrne got a catamaran out of Florida and sailed it in the worst storm possible to the Bahamas in order to smuggle them all illegally into the US of A. So I guess they're illegal aliens coming in. Why is this happening? After all, Trump's now back in office. The most important whistleblowers in American history are stranded because Team Trump does not have its act together again. Finally, Tom Homan saves the day and sends two guys from D.C. to bring them all into the United States of America. It's April. Trump authorizes a task force on election fraud. DOJ, CIA, DHS, DNI guys meet with the whistleblowers. Then the agencies start a fight over who has control over the investigation. Now they're acting like little kindergarten kids. Who's going to do it? Who's going to get the credit? Don't step on my turf. Remember Cash in the meeting was supposed to be, and she's jumping on Tulsi, DNI chief, saying, we got this and you get out of the way and yada, yada, yada. Is this it? I think this might be where Cash was getting his nose out of joint because he wasn't doing his job at the FBI. And he's getting his snoot out of shape. And some of the others. They're probably sending Cash in as the spokesman, or he was going to be the bad cop. What's going on exactly? Our intelligence agencies are so compromised that none of them really want to investigate election fraud because they're involved in rigging the elections too. And Trump did not bother to fire all these people. This is an absolutely stunning story. There's a few more expos to go. But we're at this point that this is 4 years, well, over 4 years. We had the evidence, according to this report, that election fraud was real. Now I'm going to take you back to 2020. Just hold on to this thought. Right here from these studios and these broadcast airways, before the November 5th, 2024 election. And I will defy you to say, and they're going on with the machines and all this other stuff. The machines were just used to count the fraudulent ballots. Yeah, they might have been, they've been able to manipulate this stuff and they had to have these computers and stuff. But when we jump after the bottom of the hour and we jump to KMET, we'll go back to October multiple times. What we reported in October and November of 2020. And we'll see how much it matches what we have going on today. Because if we have what I think is going on, what we reported was going on, and what was proved, and what everybody, the establishment, Susie Wiles, Boris Epstein, Chris Levita, Jared Kushner, all the main tight people with Trump, his trusted advisors, family members, are telling him he's crazy. No, this didn't happen. It's almost beyond the pale that we could get to the United States of America in 2025. We came within a tick. We've said a lot of people, a few people, and this is going forward. 2024 wasn't the end. But 2024 was an inflection point. And if we'd have lost, like they said, we'd all of us that were calling this stuff out, or the COVID stuff, or everything else, we'd all be in jail. Or did firing squad something. They did. This is why 2026, again, every election, it's true. The next election is, you hear it every election, this is the most important election. Well, yeah, the next election coming up is the most important. Every election is the most important in yours. I don't care if it's just who's going to replace who on the sewer cleaning commissioner because Jimmy Joe Jim Bob resigned, up to President of the United States, and every election in between. Primary, special election, general election, the next election coming up is the most important election. Because that's determining your fate. Your future hangs in the balance in a representative republic on every election. And as Reagan said, you're only one generation away from losing your freedom. You're one election away from losing your freedom. We were at that point in 2024. Let's hope we finally get enough balls to at least just stop being gaslit at every turn. Stop being afraid. Don't let him tweak you with the fear factor.
30 seconds, Roy.
We'll come back on the flip side in a few seconds. As Sean said, we'll pick up on the Emerald Robinson Expos exposing the election fraud of 2020 and almost of 2024. How close we came to losing our country and our freedom.
Here we go. 10
and
seconds.
it's not overrated. For those who support America, patriotswitch.com.
IE Newswire Daily is on the air.
The following is a paid program. Views and claims expressed are those of the program producer and are not endorsed by this station. Opinions expressed are not necessarily those of radio station KMET, its management, employees, or affiliates.
There's that funky slide guitar music that comes on every Monday through Friday live at 5:30 on the Mighty Met 1490 AM, broadcasting all over the Inland Empire and the aforementioned AM band. Join your vast video audience and Evil FB Network, Rumble, X, YouTube. Check us out, subscribe. iNewsWire, Roy Blackert. You'll figure it out. Type them all in there. I'll come up there somewhere of that. Very important. And if you really, as we're rolling in on Thanksgiving, serious as a heart attack, as they say. We're gonna finish up on the ex-post and the election fraud that Emerald Robinson has posted yesterday and today. But just for those joining us on the Mighty Met KMET of that, this is the lead story we had. The turd, Gavin Newsom, flushed $450 million of your money down the toilet on a new 9/11 system. They turned the switch on and it didn't work. Almost twice the budget that it was from 6 years ago, 2019. Remember, it's all antiquated. The current one we got's in the 70s, back in the horse and buggy days. 50 years ago. The state of California, bragga, technology center of the world. All the stuff comes out of here. We're leading the world, fourth largest economy. We can't build something as simple technologically today as a 9/11 system. And people get gaslit by this clown every day. We voted 2-1 with his Prop 50, with his fear campaign. And that's what they're doing. Like with this, fear Trump. That's what Trump was evil. Oh, he's crazy, election fraud, don't know what he's talking about. Tells you to take bleach for COVID and all that. It's enough to drive you absolutely freaking nuts. The other big story was broken by yesterday and today by Emerald Robinson, longtime Capitol Hill correspondent. The whole election fraud deal, how it came to be. Even gals like Susie Wiles, Swampy Susie as some call her. She finally admitted in 2000, maybe there is something to this. We're going to brief this in 24 when we're coming up on the election. Musk got into it. Patrick Byrne, the Overstock executive, or founder, or whatever the hell he is. Him and another guy were on top of this. And they finally got to the deal. Then we got to the whistleblowers in Venezuela that said, yeah, this is all going on, how you do it, da-da-da-da. So before we get to the point and we finish up on the ex-post from Emerald Robinson, and just for you KMET guys, Jared Kushner, married to Ivanka, Donald Trump's firstborn, Donald Trump's son-in-law, backed off all the information that was coming out in 2020. After the election, Trump saying it's stolen, his own son-in-law, according to Emerald Robinson's ex-post, backed the whole thing off. So I said when I come in before this, longtime listeners to this show and me, And I said multiple times before the November 5th, 2020 election, I said in an honest election, Trump would be reelected. But I said, watch. I said they got blindsided in 2016. They had Hillary, you thought she was going to be coronated and didn't have to campaign much, and Trump slid in under the radar. They said they ain't gonna. I said the rats in the establishment ain't gonna make that mistake again. I said, watch. I said Trump will be out ahead. He'll have a whatever the lead is. Could be big or small. I said, watch. At some point within 24 hours of the polls closing, you're going to hear, oh, dang, we looked at what we stumbled over. Here's a whole box of ballots we didn't see. And remember, about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, West Coast time, about 3 o'clock the next day, Wednesday in the morning, AM, all of a sudden, boom, Georgia's turn. Trump's up. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Trump's ahead comfortably. Then all of a sudden, boom, 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 here it comes. It's all a coordinated deal. And we telegraphed it when nobody else is. This was before the election and it's well documented. So when Rudy and Sidney and all the stuff, and I can't remember the other guy's name, coming out and saying, yeah, the election fraud and this and that. And remember, they all got stammied. They were getting, according to the Post from Emerald Robinson, they were getting this inside information from the Trump deal. Then Jared Kushner hung them out to dry. Pulled the plug, shut the information pipeline off of what was going on in 2020. So we're going to pick up. This is tweet number 21. We're getting towards the end. This is the one she posted today. But the first 10 or 12 she posted, Emerald Robinson posted yesterday. Here's 21. What's going on exactly? Our intel agencies are so compromised that none of them really want to investigate election fraud because they're involved in rigging the elections too. And Trump did not bother to fire all these people. I was optimistic, let's say, when Trump came in, and Jared Kushner didn't seem to be part of Trump 2.0 starting in 2025. But you've seen the little blank come rolling back in. We'll pick up on, see what number 22 says. From Emerald Robinson, it's June. 2 whistleblowers are so upset with the handling of the investigation, they leave the United States in secret. The whistleblowers had been smuggled in, protected. Now they're saying, like, it's coming to June of this year. They're saying, like, hey, we're out of here. It's all about to fall apart. Tulsi has to bring in new guys from the 3-letter agencies to start all over. Those guys are shocked beyond belief after the interviews. That's why I've been saying for the longest time, Tulsi Gabbard, probably Bobby Kennedy Jr., Tom Homan are probably the three I would trust the most in Trump's administration. The rest of them all, I have a skeptical eye from a little bit to a whole lot. So this is July of 20, it's July of this year. The investigation report is done. Tulsi prepares to bring the full report on 2020 and 2024 to Trump. Trump's own White House advisors tell Tulsi not to include the 2020 evidence. So she gives Trump a partial report. Trump is now angry with Tulsi, which he should be. Tulsi should have told him, F you. He's getting the whole freaking report. If you want to dispute it or do it or put your 2 cents in, then that's your prerogative. So Trump gets tired of waiting for these reports since he wants to know if Venezuela really runs Americans' elections. Who does he finally call to brief him? Well, the Three Musketeers, of course, not the CIA or DNI. That's when Trump decides it's time to overthrow Maduro. How did the Three Musketeers do all this? Well, Patrick Byrne spent $80 million to protect America's houses, cars, bitcoins are all gone. Gary Bernstein mortgaged his house. They're all broke now. No one has been paid back by Trump or Trump administration at all. Not 1 cent. So that's what, about an hour ago or so. That's the last report we have on this from Emerald Robinson over 2 days. We've had these absolute bombshell exposures, not only to confirming 2020, or seems to be, or a lot of evidence, let's put it that way, that the 2020 presidential and probably every other election on down the ballot was stolen. Dominion's been sold off, bought by a USA company. Recently. These whole this is one of the most, I don't know what, this should be headlines on every news source, every station in America. You want to know how you've been gaslit, why you're in the situation, why you can't afford this, and why you can't have that. So we got a couple more since we've been on the show that Emerald's put out. This is the most important thread in the history of social media. It's 120 tweets. It explains what happened to America after the 2020 election. That's Emerald Robinson put these out right at the first of the year, rolling this whole thing out. So I suggest everyone take a crack at that. Did anyone authorize this operation? The Senate Judiciary Committee in 2006 actually gave Patrick Byrne a letter charging him with investigating the corruption inside the government with the extraordinary latitude in terms of our laws. Patrick Leahy and Chuck Grassley did that. So we have a condition here. Trump needs to get rid of these clowns or whomever is not allowing him to get the full and complete and accurate information. Again, if Tulsi had a report of 2020 and 24, which contradicts Susie Wiles and all the crew, oh, there was no another most secure election in the history of the world, 2020 United States presidential elections on down. Wasn't even a hint of anything going haywire. You got to be crazy. According to what Emerald Robinson said, Susie Wiles, chief of staff for Trump, said his staff is blocking Tulsi from giving him the information a few months ago. Was that Wiles or who the hell was it? Whoever it was should be fired today. Today. Should have all their security clearances jerked, passes, access to anything gone. I don't care if it's Susie Wiles. I don't care if it's Marco Rubio, or I don't know, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi. And Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles are like this. This, again, this is more evidence confirmation of what a lot of us said. And have been saying for years. We went through this in Riverside County in 2005. We got ripped by the machines. I think what was eventually what became Smartmatic and Dominion machines. And the judge said, well, yeah, it looks like it did happen, but ollie oxen, election's over, tough tomatoes. But we did actually go back to paper ballots in 06. And we ran them in, paper ballots, same day elections. And then all of a sudden came in the mail-in ballots and COVID and everything else. What has happened since that time? Oh, Gavin Newsom's popularity in the Democrats goes higher, 2-1. 75% of our House, our state assembly, and Senate are now Democrats. Not only Democrats, mostly Looney Tunes. Not Democrats saying, well, we can agree on this and that. You're a little off base on that, but, we got a few crumbs on our side. Hey, we all make it, we all get something out of the deal. We all move on and fight the next battle. No, now we get boys in the girls' bathrooms. Your school system's a complete freaking mess, disaster. Mount St. Helens volcano explosion. Everything else. And you're getting a constant barrage of fear. And who's going to save you? Oh, the government. Remember what Reagan said, the most terrifying words you can say? Well, 9 words, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And we just ran the 30-second commercial from Gulag. The fear-mongering. Let's run it again, because this is a primary number one example of how they keep control over you.
This was about saying to them,
let's get back to the beginning of it. You ready to go? Here we go.
this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their.
Yeah, we never could have imagined you could have turned the once golden state of California into a complete asshole. And this is how they do. Oh, everything's going wrong. You know what? Oh, it's Trump. In California, it's Trump. Trump's the one that's doing all this.
Their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back. We see you. You matter. We care.
We see you. You matter. We care. With the dreary eyes and the exaggerated hand gestures and the puppy dog eyes and the quivering lips.
And I'll just say this. I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come.
Oh, for you, I'm sure that's the case. You and the 1.3% of the oligarchs that are going to rule the roost. You guys are making out like bandits. Time will tell if we can get this all straightened out. Hopefully, with this Emerald Robinson thing coming, it will get us to the point where we can straighten out, and we need desperately to rework the whole election process by whenever the primaries start and everything, and selections start and rolling for candidates here starting next year, which is only what, 6 weeks away? Here's Trump taking a shot at President Otto Penn, the pardoning of the turkey in the District of Criminals. Here we go.
Two handsome Thanksgiving turkeys, and this is their lucky day. This is a lucky day for them. But before going any further, I want to make an important announcement, because you remember last year, after a thorough and very rigorous investigation by Pam Bondi and all of the people at Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, the White House Counsel's Office, and the Department of Everything. We have a Department of Everything. You know what that is? I think that's called the White House. Into a terrible situation caused by a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. He used an auto pen last year for the turkey's pardon. So I have the official duty to determine, and I have determined that last year's turkey pardons are totally invalid, as are the pardons of about every other person that was pardoned other than, where's Hunter? No, Hunter's was good. That was the one pardon, Pam, that was good, right? The rest of them are all invalid. I don't know what the hell you're going to do about that, but that's, now we're going to take a little of the joke, and that is a mess.
Get it done, El Presidente. That's what we elected you to do. And, you know, if you got backdoored by some of your people, then, you know, but clean them out. Just get the stuff done. We will lose this in 26 and 28. 24 will just be we held them back. Speaking of getting gaslit, there's Robert Garcia. He's holding hearings like Rick Scott and Ron Johnson, the senators from Florida and Wisconsin, trying to help out the people down in Palisades and Altadena that lost everything. In the while Gavin Newsom and Buffoon Bass are drinking it up. he's holding hearings about, oh, the ICE raids and that in LA and that trying to, again, they're gaslighting you extraordinarily. And the guy that got that union guy that got arrested, well, he pleaded not guilty. Was trying to block the ICE agents down there where they're gaslighting you. Riverside, or I mean, a San Bernardino man arrested for stalking, violating, and domestic violence and restraining other crimes in Rancho Cucamonga. That's a bizarre story. Of where he just seems like he's knocked on a random door from there going in on that. I can almost bet either drugs or vagrancy have to be involved. I would be very surprised if they were not. Well, yeah. So we'll follow up on some of these cases and more of the local news. And we'll get to this stuff. Maybe we'll get to it tomorrow. And this is where the disconnect is like fabulous. They did a survey of LA County and they're saying, like, well, everything's like trash. 2/3. Everything's out of control. We don't trust our politicians yet. They voted 2/3 or more for Gavin Newsom on Prop 50. I gotta hate Trump. Man, I don't know what it's going to take to get through to to get through to the masses. We better start, and I think, like I said, Trump needs to start firing people and start getting things going, like when he first came in with Doge and everything, and people were just, yeah, let's go. We shall see. Interesting days indeed. But we'll hit it back tomorrow because I'm sure there'll be some more startling revelations. Take it away, Sean.
All right, Roy. Well, have a good Thanksgiving.
You got it.
Talk to you Friday.
Yeah, we should have Cece calling in on Friday, but
Who's CC?
check your email. She's Cece Wood. She's been doing some fabulous reporting on all this, like on the Bonner investigations and Dana the Hammer Williamson and Gulag and all that stuff.
Oh, cool. Very good.
So,
Very good.
yeah, check your email.
Oh,
You'll see.
okay. All right.
But she's supposed to be on Friday.
Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. I will talk to you then.
You got it. Uh, so, looking at it and want to see how quick. This seems to be a little bit, that's a little bit slow. It may be a little bit faster. Versus this, which this definitely has a better picture. So it worked. So this camera is hooked to PC2. This camera is hooked to this one, and then this camera is hooked to this. So this, which I think we're on right now, this one seems to be catching up the best. This is like the medium, and then that one to PC2 seems to have the slowest delay.
Yeah.
So it could be a little bit of the computer part, because like you say, they all have a different delay, but they're still, even this one, the fastest one, which is this camera and this computer, it's still got a slight, like half a second delay.
Okay, so to adjust it, we'll does the audio come first or does the
Audio's always ahead, the video's behind. You put the thing on, it's on. You want to test it.
hello?
You need to put the mic.
Yeah. I was just trying to watch the way I move my mouth and the time between it picking this up. So it's pretty much what I'll be doing is I'll be delaying the audio from when you talk.
Yeah, later.
He's out. Make
Yeah.
it work.
Yeah,
Let's try 20 minutes. Okay, so how do we test it? This record? Or do we have to go on?
what?
If you want to test the delay.
Well, you can just I just look at it and see if I'm saying.
Oh.
Just put the mic on and you can tell. I look at it, I talk at it, see how it goes.
Hello. Oh, this not even on. Where's the audio? Oh, right here.
Yeah, it's got to, no. Well, if you want well, you can either turn it on. Yeah, you turn it on. Because I got it on the.
Hello. Now we just need speakers. Do we have speakers or headset? Hello.
Your headset's there.
Hello. Hello.
You need to be up. You're not.
Hello. I'll let you judge.
So, yeah, see, you just don't have a booming enough voice. You tune that down. So, let me see. I'm looking at myself. That's pretty good. Slightly, the video may be slightly behind, very slightly, but you made it a lot better on that one.
I can always increase it. Watch the delay. Let's see. Audio. Right, 30. Try that now.
So let's look at it. Looks pretty good. Let me stop and start. Stop and start. Still a slight delay I'm picking up.
what 50 looks like.
Yeah, yeah, go big. Yes, that way you see if you really screw it up. That's what I usually do.
No, that's way off.
That's way off. Yeah, see, that's getting more like it was before.
Okay, 50 is too much.
Way too big.
40.
Ready? So we'll see how that works. A slight delay there, but better than you had it.
In between 30 and 40.
So we'll try this. That's getting pretty good. Now let's switch it. Okay, that's this one. So we'll see how that looks pretty good. So we'll see how it stops at what usually messes it up is like if I'm talking real fast and then it'll really start backing up. But that's why I'm doing it like if I don't choke on the cayenne pepper here coming in. On this on that. Oh man. There's that funky slide guitar music that comes on every Monday through Friday live at 5 in the Evil Epi Network Rumble X YouTube. See, that's pretty good. Maybe slight delay there. So now move it over one. Do this one, just move it over one and that'll get that. Move it over to the right one. No, on here. On this, yeah. Okay, now that's the one. That's the one going into PC2. Let's see how that goes. Here's that funky slide guitar music that comes on every Monday through Friday, live at 5 in the Evil FB Network Rumble X YouTube. Because they all have a different, they all seem to have a little bit different. So I'm imagining that's just the way the computers are set up. So maybe, probably you need to adjust it in each individual computer if possible. I don't know if you have those capabilities in each computer that you're screwing with. Because that's what I was noticing. Each computer has these slightly different.
There is a software to create audio delay. Or this one you're trying to do it? Or is it this
I can, which are, well,
which one is this?
that's this camera. That's hooked into PC2, is what you're on. If you want to go to these two, you got to go to the left one shot. Yeah, there's some more settings that Artel fucks with in there. Yeah, those. Sometimes I have to switch those around when I can't hear you.
Hello.
So you want me to try it? So let me try to talk real fast and see if we can delay it or get to the point of where we stop. See, yeah, see that one has this one gives me the worst. This computer is the worst.
Yeah.
Yes. These two are pretty close. They're not too far off. This one was the worst. As being out of sync. So would it do it on because that one should show up as JS camera plugged directly into the system because that's what that box is. The other one obviously is going through the video switcher. So I don't know if you can divide because there in the white box, if you see where if you want that camera to come in, you got to put JS camera in the ad source thing. So I don't know if there's any separate settings like that. Yeah, it'd be help if you could sync the. You got to switch over. You got to switch on, yeah, on the XSplit board. You got to go one to the left. There. Yeah, there you go. Two, 3, and 4 are these two. Yeah.
Not too bad. The other one was quite worse. Colors are okay. Before it was a little bit dark on the red.
Oh, that's the IE Newswire, I think. Yeah, you should just have IE Newswire, the JS Cam, and coming in on the video switcher. Yeah, because that should just be IE Newswire and the JS Cam. Oh.
On the other one was bigger than the other.
Yes. Yeah, it was screwing with me one day, and I. So let's see how this one. So that one, see how quickly this one reacts to. So those, yeah, these two seem to be. These two seem to be pretty good. It's just the one going into the PC2. Goofy, yeah. That was the worst one. The audio would be coming off the soundboard. You know, because the audio's piped from the mic to the soundboard into the computer, into that 3.5 millimeter. So we're going to try it again to see if I can talk real fast and see how slow it goes. Want me to try it again to see how far it catches up?
The original one that you had, this one right here, just had these two pictures and the camera, but it didn't have any audio within the scene. Try again.
So I'm going to try it again to see how quick it will go on the. So we're going to see how, if Jesse was successful this time. By George, we'll see if he's got it this time.
Hello, hello. Try it again.
So we're going to give it a big roll and see how quickly it rolls on the. Ah. So we're going to give it a big try again to see if he's got it right this time. So we're going to see if the 70 really worked that good this time.
Hey, that's no.
So we're going to see if we got big success this time. Is he got it right? It's not good when you're perplexed.
Try it again.
So I'm going to try it again on the flip side and see if it works. If I've got these, well, let's put it this way. If I get these two in sync, then I really don't have to. It is kind of neat to use that one because, like, if I'm switching stuff on that, I can do the camera. But I mean, that's the only. I mean, it's not 100% that it's not that I have to have it. It just makes it easier when I'm switching back and forth. But I mean, if these two are in sync, at least we're making progress.
I was looking at this.
And something too is these goofy, these El Cheapo cameras, they have a mic in them, and I don't know if Maybe you need to cut that or something.
Are those connected into this? Or
Well, all three. That camera's connected to PC2. This one is to this on number 3, and this is on 4 on the switcher. Because they got, it said in the instructions, and I don't know if they're on or off, that they got mics in these little cameras, which might be effing things up. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. So we'll see if he's got it right. What? So you're cracking me up with that look. Yeah.
audio that are going off at once.
So that might be, that's what I'm saying is we might have too many, we might have 27 mics open here.
Okay, I'm disabling this one just to let you know, in case it doesn't work tomorrow. We could always do a little quick session if you want.
Yeah.
Disable this. Now talk.
So how does it go? So did you see anything improving? So, oh, you want me to talk on this deal so I can talk real fast and see if Jesse hit it right this time?
So, just in general, you had 2 other audios for some reason. It was picking up one of these cameras,
Right.
like you suggested, and it did.
Okay.
Audio also coming from XSplit, which I disabled. What the fuck? Talk again?
So I'm talking again to see if Jesse has the perplexed look, or is he like, hooray? So we'll see.
Okay. So now we're down to one audio source.
Okay. Now, hopefully it didn't fuck up everything going into you. I see where you're going with it.
Which is why I said test. Just so you know, it's the one that says Realtek Audio, line in, and microphone webcam.
So which one is it on the top there?
Let me take a picture.
Yeah.
So it's these 2, and then
Take a picture of the top line so I can see which one you're on. Yeah.
okay, so you have 4 audio cable output. I'm not gonna fuck with you because I don't know what you're doing yet.
Yeah, let's not foul it completely out where we can't figure nothing out.
Alrighty then. So still.
So or you want to see how and test and see how far this thing is still. This one should, because we're on this one right now. That's one there. So switch it to number.
So it should, oh yeah.
Let's try 4. We'll see how 4. See if I can get in the pictures. We'll see how 4 does and see how quick the delay is on that. It's a little off.
This is where you start doing the tedious stuff where it's all like, do I do 5?
Right.
Or, oh, yeah, by 1.
So I'm going to try it this time and see how big a success you've had this shot.
I need to see it in action. Like on the other end, this way I can see
Right.
my view. as long as you know how to adjust. See, why is there two of them here?
Well, take one off. No, I think I remember because somehow they were not going on, so I just overlaid them for some stupid reason because it was.
Alrighty then. Maybe that one's slowing it down. Add two video sources also feeding in. And the color went back to the way it was. Video. Where's the contrast? Or maybe it didn't. Saturation. I don't know what opacity means. Oh, okay, never mind. I know what that means now. Right.
Need to tone the red down. It looks like a little bit there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that. Oh, now we're getting tit pink in there. Oh, that looks right. Good Halloween setup.
The Grinch.
Yeah, we should add that for on Halloween. That'd have been great.
Okay, for future reference, let's remember that. Okay, let's try -4.
Yeah, if you sit here and fuck with this stuff a lot, there's a lot of neat shit you can do.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, that's getting better. Yeah, yeah, the reds are getting, yeah, the reds are getting a lot better. Okay, let's see what that's 3. So it looks like it needs toned down slightly. Oh, that looks pretty well. Actually, that's a little more pinky, I think.
This one? Or the other one?
Yeah, that one. See, the red's a little. Now, that. See, that's got a pinky tint to it. That, there you go. So that's starting to get the red in. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's
Off that pink hue.
yeah, that's where there that looks a lot better.
Where's pink? Where's the blue?
So I think
Oh yeah, let's see. Did you delete everything? Okay, where are you? Bang. 4. The transfer went okay, right? From the hard drive to,
Yeah, we're fine.
is it still hooked?
Yeah, it's, let's see. Still down, yeah. It's
No, it's not rich. Let's go.
think I found, well, I don't know. So it's got the gallery in here and says it's got 9,432 kilos in it. Now I've tried deleting it. And it won't let me do it. Well, okay, so I come over here, it's got 9, I think this is where all those videos from the camera. Because it's got all the way back to 2017, it's got whatever thousands. So you go over here to select all. Then you hit the delete button. And then it gives you this crap. It won't fucking delete shit. I think that, I'm guessing that might be where all these fucking, where all the storage space is, but. Or what's all stored on there, but I couldn't figure out how to delete the shit off. It says you're not hooked up to the cloud and this.
Yeah, which is stupid because it's not on cloud, it's obviously right here.
That's kind of what I thought, but hell, I'm not the biggest nerd.
OneDrive. Right. Re-enter your credentials. OneDrive has stopped syncing. Your files may not be up to date until you re-enter your credentials. Re-enter credentials.
Or pin. 2369. It's usually where.
Jesus. Alrighty then, so. Documents. Yes.
Why can't you just press fucking select all delete and fucking takes?
Blame Microsoft. For some reason, it's connected to something called OneDrive, which allows like all your computers to kind of like sync up and trade pictures, I guess. Good lord. Doesn't look like all of it.
That's what it was doing to me when I was trying to delete the ones on PCT. Yeah, that's what I told you. I'm sure I fucked it up. I'm sure they're not gone because it started with that crap of, oh, well, you got to do this and this. You know, I pressed fucking delete. Are you sure you want to delete it? Yes. Fucking wipe the shit off. Oh, we can't do that.
No, we cannot. We ever done? You can go fix zillion extensions. Like it's still there.
Did you pick up any space?
Calculated.
Yeah, that's what I can't figure out. Where all this shit is.
All right, what's gonna get deleted?
Because every time I click on it, it looks like regular programs, like to make the computer run.
Yeah.
So I figured it probably wouldn't be a good idea to start deleting all that shit.
But nothing looks like it's.
Yeah, I can't see anything in there that it keeps showing that's got all this, all that stuff looks like it's small potatoes. Where's all this big storage that it keeps? That it says it's on, I can't, I thought that might have been it, but I guess that wasn't it either. I thought, oh, well, there's all these photos in here, maybe that's fucking.
No, it's only 18. 18 to agree, but then
Yeah, what's up, what is,
45, but only see, like, even if I average this to 20. 3, 1. 23, 1, it's 25. So there's 20 gigs that is. I'm gonna take it on 20 gig.
Yeah, what is it? That's what I keep looking at, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Eight gig was used for running the computer, 650 for reserved storage. Which is bullshit because we obviously can't update anything. So I will put it in here. Oh, so that's where that only is. So the 22 gigs is this broken up. This lets your PC sleep while maintaining your user state. I don't want that. No, I can delete it. Well, not delete it, more like turn it off. But you don't hibernate your computer, you turn it off, right?
Yeah. That shouldn't be 20 gigs worth of storage.
No, it's 8, which is the stuff to make the computer work.
Right.
6 is reserve storage, which is supposed to be used for update, like your Windows 11 thing, which is obviously it's too big. Virtual memory, that's multiple apps, it's fine. Hibernation file, it's the only thing I can see that we can turn off. Installed apps. There's nothing really to get rid of.
That's what I'm saying. How in the hell could it?
It just has a small storage, just it was never meant to be like.
Well, yeah, but they did. Then why the fuck are they making a file that you can't fucking?
I wonder if you can use an exterior hard drive.
That's what it keeps asking. Do you want to put you? Can you put the exterior hard drive in it to download the deal and then?
That's what I'm thinking, maybe. I have some flash drives at work, which should be enough to put Windows 11 on it. I can stop by tomorrow after work and give it to you. Do you think that'll help? Other than that, there's not really much you can do. These computers don't have very big hard drives.
I'm sure of that because it
Yeah.
was an El Cheapo
Yeah, it was, yeah.
computer, but you would figure, then why can't they break up the fucking deal if that's all they know? Some people have a storage to do that. Why the fuck are you?
You actually, sometimes I think you can do that. Cause what it is allow you to put it on an exterior one, plug it in, and then it will read from that. So that would be the.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. Can we put the download in the exterior drive and then load it into the computer?
You should be able to, yes. I just don't know. How do you even start Windows 11? What is it, Windows Update?
Yeah, just go. It's in there. If you do it, it'll tell you.
No, that's not gonna work. It says you need at least 40 gigs of free space on your hard drive. Which makes no sense. The download size is around 5 gigs, but it says you need at least 40 gigs to update to install successfully. I don't think you'll be able to get this update. I'm gonna have to do some.
Yeah, see what fucking stupid shit.
Yeah, there has to be a side way of doing this.
Yeah, why can't they break the files up and,
Yeah, you're not the only one, so.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure everybody's not got the,
Like, not everyone has huge hard drives.
right. You know, most, unless you get the more expensive laptops, they don't have very big hard drives.
Yeah.
Like that one, these are okay because these they update. You know, the two here that are more, you know, higher dollar ones, they get, well, all three of these, I think I downloaded all three of these, downloaded it fine.
Cause I think these ones have at least 500 gigs. Whereas this one only has 55. So I'm gonna have to figure out a way to install. 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 Alrighty then. That's weird. Why would they randomly update like that and not? Bothers the mind. Microsoft. Yeah, at 12.7 gigs, you would need 40, so. Yeah. And should put that bad. This one, no, you're not going crazy. I mean,
Yeah, because it got to, the first, before you did, it got to like 15%. And then when you took that other one off, it got to 37 before. So it probably needs at least twice as much of whatever.
which is why I said 40 if you only got. That's only 30%. Yeah, that would be about right. That's stupid.
Yes.
And I'll call you in the morning.
What time? Yeah, what time you want to see how followed up we got this?
I'll be free after 9:30.
Okay.
Everyone's mostly on a pre-recorded show since it's the holiday.
Right, I would figure. Only a couple of seconds on me.
At least it gives me something to do. So we're gonna have tools, settings, audio. This is where the delay is. This way,
So back that up again, start again. Oh, tools, settings, audio, that makes sense.
default microphone, but there's also, it seems these ones also have just a separate delay by
Right.
themselves. So I don't know if it's gonna be much of a difference. I don't know until we
Right.
test it out on my end and see how big of a difference it is.
So if we don't. Hello. Hello. Wait.
Oh, no, I'm just
Oh.
testing my mind right now, just trying to think, can I delay the video? Hello? No, we don't want to delay video, we want to delay audio. So yeah, basically offset. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think this one is all controlled by this one. But then why is this one different? Hello? One step forward, two steps back. Got rid of the pink hue.
The shit makes absolutely zero sense.
There was a computer company in the mid, I don't know, mid anymore, in like the 2010s. They were developing a computer system with easily
That guy's
changeable-
probably dead.
Yes, it did not co-op. The like,
They probably killed him.
because what it was is like easily everything.
They probably killed all his relatives too. Make sure that nothing's getting out.
Yeah, that would, yeah, I could see that, because they never fruited in. Yeah,
So on to different things. How big is it when you're talking about that mini computer? How big is it? Just approximate size. Just give me.
half the size of this.
So this is what I was
I
thinking.
have one that I'm not using. I mean, I use it, but I don't not using it, but we can test it.
Okay,
here with
so-
you.
So this is what I'm thinking. Cause I want, obviously I want to build a backup system. So let's start or work on that with this whole, everything different.
Just a small.
Yeah,
miniature-
small mini computer, different switcher, yada, yada, yada. Then we can make more decisions or maybe hopefully better decisions when we put a main system. But that way, cause I already got, well, I got the old original 4-port soundboard.
Yeah,
So I got that. So basically, if we had a standalone computer and switcher, we should be able to build everything off
off of that.
off
and
a
then-
separate system, then get that running, then we can fuck with all this other stuff like this shit. Or get this shit all straightened out.
Yes,
Get a better. Because I would rather, even if it costs more money, I would rather build a good mainframe computer that's got all the latest fucking shit that's getting the audio out. So I don't, it's kind of a catch-22. They update this shit so frequently that sometimes it's, I don't know. I was
looking at this, it's a little bit, it's actually half the size of this thing. But it's cool because not only can you input HDMIs, you can also input SDIs.
right.
So like, for people that can't choose, it gives you both options. SDI, HDMI. So you get 4 windows. Kind of like what this is, just
Right.
half the size. It also comes with it comes with like an audio player. I'm still looking to move this one. Oh, it does have an internal player. I need to see how this works. You have a lot of new. Wow, this one has a video from built in. Shit. That's kind of cool. It's a little bit much.
But like I said, if we had that way we always, or at least I always got a separate system, like if that, and then if we rebuild all this stuff, then again, we're not fucking panicked or whatever, because you can always at least get something out on the other one.
Yeah,
Plus, I want to do like we were doing before with the remote. So I thought when I got to thinking it, that would probably be better than like we were doing it before with a laptop, because it sounds like that mini computer is more powerful than a laptop.
surprisingly, yeah, if you're not like, a lot of them, I mean, like, it's not like you're gonna be gaming heavy or doing
Right,
heavy editing, but it's enough for it to
right,
run these newer programs
right,
smoothly.
right. Like the Model T stuff over there.
No, I don't think you got Model T. My computer probably would have been Model T if you would have seen it. No, yeah.
Well, this stuff's gotta be over. This stuff's at least 10 years old because
Oh yeah.
I started in 16 and they were on about a year or so before, within a year, they've been on, or they built the deal and had it over at Close. So I'm gonna say this stuff is probably, or like the main computer, the switcher and all this shit was probably, most of the main stuff was bought in 15. So it's 10 fucking years old, like I say, in computer IEs.
Well, usually you tend to want, like, for certain things, depending on what you're doing, you want to stay within like 4 generations. And it's not necessarily because like if you start getting newer pieces into older computers, it's not it won't necessarily work
Right.
well. Oh, that's cool. That's a little bit much. This one is a to-go set. Comes with a little freaking hard-inch case and a computer, the monitor inside. That's a little bit much.
But they got all sorts of, like you say, they got all sorts of bullshit shit.
Like we just need to minimize less cords, the better.
Yeah, that's why I say if I got a simple system, that way, no matter what, like it is, if it starts going fucking haywire or something. I mean, knock on wood, I mean, as much as we bitch about it, I mean, I can't complain about most of it runs most of the time.
We make it work.
Yeah, we made it work for 10 fucking years, or at least, well, it's been here since 18, so it's been here 7 years now, because we moved here in 18.
This one's kind of cool, but this is all HDMI. All these cameras are HDMI, right?
No, just the original. The original one up there is an HD. All these are the square one. Now that one's the round UV. That one's the round UV. USB, yeah. That's supposed to be the 3.0.
Yeah.
These are on 2.0. These are just El Cheapo. I was just fucking with these, like trying the different angles, like the up overhead. I figured, well, I'll fuck with these because these are only like $30 a piece. These are like piece of shit. But I figured, okay, I was just experimenting with, different angles. So, like the higher one. Well, I moved this one now, but this is the one I had up high where I'm doing it.
Yeah.
So, but that's eventually when I get this, what I want to do. So you just kind of look at this. So when I redo this part of it, so what I was thinking is either probably I want to put like either 2 or 3 like curved monitors behind me and then 2 flats on the end.
Mhm.
So like we're talking about, so like if you want to switch the back, and then it probably is going to need another computer or something to run that, or a separate program. But can you take all them? I seen Alex Jones and these guys do it, because he's got, if you look on Alex Jones or InfoWars, you look at his studio, he's got like 3, I think, because you can see the gaps, and then he's got one in front when they do the wide shot. He's got one like that's in front, down in front of the desk he's at.
Mhm.
But anyway, but he can they switch the background, like I was talking about. So I figured, and I saw the curved monitors, so I thought, whatever, maybe 2 or 3 or whatever it takes, maybe 2 curved and 2 splats on the side. So that way it kind of surrounds the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So if you had guests in, you could pop the background on this one, then you could have a different background here, and then you could have a different background over there, or switch them around. Or if you wanted to, that's why I was fucking with these cameras. So like if you wanted to put one over here, and shoot me sideways, then you could change the background on that monitor so it would have a different picture. So you would get more like an Alex Jones or Fox News setup where they're, because that same thing if you watch the news sets, like if you watch Fox News, that's how they're doing.
So technically you could put 3 monitors here and have one computer control all 3.
Right.
Because my cousin took my monitor and did that for his computer. He's running a dual monitor system. So
Right.
where it's like one thing's here and one thing's here.
Right.
He's controlling it all on one. So basically you'd be able to like one news story here, one news story here, one news story here.
Right.
Yeah.
Or yeah, like background, like I say, you could shoot if you had a guest over here, you could change that monitor and have a different pack. So I've been watching what they're doing or seeing it, so I'm seeing how they're doing it. They've got multiple monitors behind, and then they switch the backgrounds, So like you say, you could do a news story, or you could have a deal with the Mount Rubidoux shooting down into Riverside, or shooting across, or off of Hemet Hill, or off of Lake Paris, off of Cherry Peaks or something going across, yada, yada, yada. We could stick a camera. That was another thing I was thinking of doing is sticking one of those remote cameras that you could spin twist on top of the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So you could monitor, especially that would be cool like at nighttime when we're doing it now. So you could like go over Moreno Valley and do of what's going on. You could see the cars moving, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, that's what I'm saying is that's what I want to do in here when I get it done, is have that where you can change the scenery behind on top of doing it with the video switchers for whatever you're doing, blah, 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 blah. You can change the scenery behind you. You can have American flag or the Constitution or whatever you wanted, whatever you were particularly talking about, on a theme. So like if you were talking about Gavin Newsom, you could have him in a jail uniform sitting behind you, or whatever.
My mini PC might be able to work, because I got mine with a shit ton of ports, because
Right. That's why I say you would need on that, because you wouldn't necessarily be in like this where you're running any voice audio, so you wouldn't necessarily need a lot of power to it. You just need a lot of ports, to switch whatever picture you want to put on.
mm-hmm.
Because you're not doing like this where you're doing audio, video, da 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 da. So all you really need to do is just have something that's got enough where it puts a clear picture on that. It has enough ports to run however many monitors.
Yeah.
So,
I think a dual system in here would be cool.
that's what, maybe 2 and then 2 on the sides. 2 curves and maybe 2 on the sides or some whatever. Just look at what, because that's what I say. If you put curved ones on here, then that could go like this and then like this. So if you got people sitting here, they're going to be sitting more sideways. See, that's why I figured to curve around there, or maybe curve all across or most of this, and then maybe go like in a slight angle from here, the 2 flat, whatever, but just look at, that's what I want to do when this is done, is have something like that. So and then whatever it takes to run something, like you say, however many, you just need like 4, if you're going to have 4 monitors, you obviously need 4, HDMI or whatever SDI ports to go into the monitor.
Let me update my mini PC over the next couple days, and then let me see if I can hook it up with all your connections to mine. want to see what that would do. But I might have enough to just remove all your cords and then plug it into my mini one. Maybe.
Maybe.
I gotta count all the wires. Cause I did realize mine has a 3.5 millimeter jack, which most things don't. Yeah, mine's a lot of shit. USB 4. Yeah, okay, so
The only thing is at least the way I've got it set up now to hear you out of the soundboard, because I got two 3.5 millimeters. One coming into the soundboard with that, and then one picking. That's how I'm picking up. That's how I was able to pick up you, is on the second port. I've got that and then wired into the soundboard. So that's coming in. The one that says KMET here, that's you coming in out of PC2 into the soundboard, and that's how I'm able to hear you through the soundboard and not that stupid speaker on the computer.
well, there's no speaker in these mini computers.
Right. But then somehow I got to be able to hear. Well,
Yeah,
it's nice to be able to hear you.
you should be able to hear me through it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that's the way. Remember when I couldn't hear you, or that's how if I remembered having it done like that. I remember doing that, or I remember from putting it together. So so it looks, but that's how I did it. That's how I got it to where I could hear you through the headphones instead of hearing you through the stupid speaker coming through.
Yeah.
On the computer. Then, you got to, every once in a while it has to switch itself over. Because I know what to do. I mean, I know if I'm hearing, at least I know the setting on it now when I hear it coming through the computer, how to, it's on that Dell Audio. You got to switch it on that Dell Audio to switch it back over to coming through the soundboard.
Yeah.
But anyway.
With the mini PC, it shouldn't have that problem. But you know what, with us, within technology.
Yes, famous last words. We all have done that. But that's another thing I want to do when I get this thing all transitioned over. Is have it where, you can control what's on the background. So I don't like the green screen thing. That looks, you can tell that's phone.
I'm not a big fan of green screen.
No, I don't. You can tell it doesn't look natural.
No, it does not.
You can tell it's fake, and I hate fake. I hate fake shit.
Oh, fake shit. All right.
Yes.
We will test. I'll call you tomorrow.
Yeah, make sure this is about 9:30. So I'll come in here about 9 and get everything rocking and rolling.
Okay.
So I'll call you about 9, or I'll call you about 9:30 and see if we got anything more shit piled up on.
I hope not.
Yeah,
I mean, it shouldn't, but
we've all said that.
yeah, I know, right?
It fucking throws everything off 16 ways to Sunday.
Yeah, but this time at least we took pictures before we changed.
Yes.
Before we changed things.
But I mean, that's what, like I said, that's why I got these cheapy ones. Is I just wanted them to fuck around and see how the camera looks. Different, just getting ideas of where you might want to put, or what you want to do. So if you get better cameras, you can, obviously you don't want to fuck up and, buy expensive cameras. Oh, that ain't fucking worth a shit.
No,
Not that I've ever done that. Would you buy this fucking garbage for? No.
It was cheap and it works.
Well, yeah, and sometimes it ain't cheap, but like you say, well, it doesn't plug into this, or we don't have the fucking deal with that. Yeah. So that's what when you came, that's why I got to thinking. I said, because it said these things got a fucking microphone. That's why when you thinking, well, I wonder if the fucking these is picking up two different things and getting all fucking
If possible. Do you think there would be a button on it that?
And that's what I was looking for. It said it's got a microphone. I was thinking, well, why can't you have a red button to turn the microphone?
Right? Activate microphone.
Yes. Microphone on, off. Oh, I can push that. No, we can't fucking do
No,
that.
we can't have you as CEO or any of those.
Yeah.
You make too much sense.
Yes.
That's this.
Like you said, if a guy come up with it, I'm sure, like I said, if he came up with something that was simple, I'm sure he's deader. And his relatives, friends, engineer, anybody that was working on it is fucking dead. They fucking killed that motherfucker. Yeah, don't put a fucking button on here that says phone on or off.
You know what? Now I'm actually curious on if that guy's dead. Back in the history, because this story took place 10 years ago. Oh, are they bringing it back? Who's gonna die? Modular PC. Where everything is just. Let me say modular PC. Okay, apparently I stopped looking at computers for a while. Good lord. Why is that one shaped like a dinosaur? Huh.
Yeah. Oh, hell, in 10 years, they'll probably have, your phone will probably be more powerful than them goddamn, whatever we're building now is mainframe computers.
Framework and build this first mini desktop. Yeah, all these mini desktop computers are just. It all hit at the beginning of this year. Is when the mini desktop kind of thing. I don't know what kind of technology happened, but
Yeah, that's why I say that, that's what I'm saying, in 5 or 10 years, you'll be down to where that your phone will have more fucking power than that little fucking box is, that has more power than the big fucking box we have over here by 10.
pretty much.
Because it's kind of like a catch-22 with this shit is, at what point do you want to get into it? Because it's all changing so fucking fast. And it's like this, and they're updating this, and this don't work today, and they're going all this,
There are people who spend like 3,000 plus for their computers to play video games.
yeah,
And sometimes that doesn't even help.
yeah. Next week, next week. This stuff reminds me of racing. Same thing. We used to have a joke that you go in the speed shop or whatever, back in the old days, like J&M or whatever, when you went, when we actually went, and you buy, oh yeah, we got this new Holly Trick carburetor. You buy this, you'll be kicking everybody's ass, and so you scrape bar, beggar steel, have the old lady walking in the street or whatever, yada. So you go in and buy this thing, da 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 da. You get it, you're happy as a clam. Come and drive around the block, come back in the speed shop, and they said, well, why are you bringing that piece of junk in here? And I mean, that was 50 years ago, when we went through like that. I mean, this stuff is changing. And that's when, it would take you 2 years of development to make a fucking product,
Right.
Of that, by the time you went through the RD and that, got it done engineering and tested it, then it'd take you 2 years to get something like that done. Today, like I say, they're changing this shit, I mean, it's just like, but I mean, it's the same fucking principle. You get all this stuff today, and tomorrow it's fucking obsolete.
It reminds me of I don't know if it was a show or cartoon where a guy went in to buy a car. He's like, yeah, I want to buy your newest model. Like, oh yeah, the Expedition 567. And then as he's signing the paperwork, he hears another guy. He's like, "Yeah, we have the new model, the 568."
Yeah,
Like the 567 is trash.
Yeah,
He's
that's
like, "Wait,
like-
what the fuck?"
yeah, that fucking, you know, yeah, them 5.7s, that's junk. We got a 5.8.
I hate that.
Oh yeah, no, it's like fucking. That's somewhat of the problem with this shit, or at least I see, is it's changing so goddamn fast that, and then like you say, that you get all this stuff done, and then obviously you know you're fucking redoing all this stuff every fucking.
So it's pretty much you don't build to last a long time. You build to last for a few years.
Yeah,
And then like you pick parts as you upgrade. But that's so annoying, which is why I like
Yeah.
the modular idea where it's just like you pull out a little square, you replace it.
yeah.
Pull out a square, you replace it.
No, that makes a lot more sense if you're somewhat, so you're not, it's like this, you know, if you gotta it just takes an inordinate amount of time to rebuild every fucking thing like this, you know, by the time you get everything working halfway fucking decent, well, now they don't service this, or that don't work, or this software don't work with that, or you know, yada yada yada, and now you're fucked. And you know, it's like you're the hamster on the wheel with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Constant. Which that's what pisses me off more than anything on it, is you're just constantly, you know, they're switching this or this. It's just like that. Why can't you just press fucking delete? Yeah. Are you sure you want to delete it? Yeah. No, you got to go, like you had to go through 27 fucking renditions to get the goddamn shit off.
Right.
And it still didn't fucking. Or just didn't clean up enough space to do.
Oh yeah, that's when it turns off.
Yeah. Yeah, it is annoying. You go to grab it. Oh, you got to hit the button.
I guess it's a safe battery.
It is. I mean, although I don't know that it's safe, because this one, I think this one I haven't. I don't believe I've changed it. No, I did change it once. I did have to change the battery. This one was in a long time. Unless the battery lasts for 7 fucking years, I don't think it's saving you that much. But
Yeah.
I'm not convinced yet that it's saving you
that much.
yeah, that it's using that much power. Because I mean, I think when I got this one, I think the battery that was in it went like 2 fucking years. So I mean, even though batteries are getting ridiculous,
Yes. Yes, they are.
they're 50. They went up 50% because I used to get the alkalines. So I used to get 4 for $1. Then they went 4 for $1.25. You know, over there. So that would be $2.50 if you got 8. So now they don't even sell you the 4-pack; they sell you the 8-pack for $3. So what 2 years ago you could get 8 batteries for $2, now they're 3.
Yeah.
So they went up 50%. Batteries that went, same battery is 50% more than it was 2 fucking years ago.
And the whole thing with rechargeable batteries is that they're annoying to charge. But I did see this chargeable. What are these, AA's? Yeah.
Yeah.
You have this thing now. So I can plug it into the wall.
How much are NiCad or whatever it's got now?
What type of batteries?
Yeah, rechargeable. Used to be rechargeable or NiCad. We built nickel cadmium batteries is what they were.
These are using NIM.
Yeah, I figured well, how much are ion batteries? Imagine they're not fucking cheap.
Nickel metal hydride. You said lithium rechargeable?
Yeah.
Do they actually make those?
I
Oh
know.
shit, they do. That's not too bad. These ones are $20 for these 8 with the smart charger. AA lithium batteries. I was not aware they made rechargeable lithium batteries.
I figured because, like I said, in my day, we used to call them NiCads,
Yeah.
nickel cadmium batteries. Yeah, those was like for that, forever. But they were extremely fucking expensive. Unless you were doing a lot of shit.
Yes,
They weren't. If you were doing a lot of battery stuff of that, you had to do a lot of battery stuff to make them pay off versus just buying fucking batteries and.
That's the whole charger case. You just flip them in the little
Right.
box, close it. Oh, I remember rechargeable batteries being a lot. They're actually,
Well, that's what I say. The old NiCad batteries were extremely fucking expensive.
yeah, that's why I never.
That's why unless you were using a lot of battery powered shit, a lot of the time it didn't make economic sense to do it. But again, with battery technology, with lithium ion and all that other shit, it
Yeah, I think they removed the nickel
yeah, I did.
or they found nickel, but it's nickel metal hydride now. They use the nickel hydroxide cathode and a hydrogen absorbing metal alloy anode. They have higher energy capacity than the older nickel cadmium batteries and are more environmentally friendly. Okay, that makes sense.
That means they probably don't work as good.
They don't. I used to use rechargeable batteries and they were okay, but it's just like they felt like they drained quicker. I've never tried these lithium ones. I might buy those just to try it out.
Because the old NiCads, they would last. There's no doubt about it, but they were so brutally fucking expensive. Like I said, unless you were using a lot of them, it didn't make economic sense because the regular batteries were so fucking cheap.
Mhm.
They back in them days they were like a nickel and a dime a piece. For regular fucking batteries.
Oh, that's why they were banned. Apparently, cadmium is very toxic.
How did we all fucking survive?
I have no idea. I'm honestly trying to figure out how I'm still alive. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to die years ago.
All the stuff that they said would kill you. I should have never lived by about after 2 months old.
No. Drinking water out of a hose. I used to do that all the time.
When I had all the stuff, everything was toxic, but it fucking worked. Like the lead fucking paint, it lasted for fucking ever. It didn't fucking, well, some kid ate paint. Well, how many students, we got to dumb down everything because there's a couple stupid people.
That's why we need warnings on everything. I'm not to eat this. I'd be like, do you really need to be told? Yeah.
That's what I say. I mean, everybody's got to be punished because, there's a couple idiots that ain't. My theory was, keep them out of that's nature's way of getting you out of the fucking gene pool.
What's his name? There is a scene I think you would laugh. What's his name? He had a show about firefighters. Larry, not Dick. Let's see. Lost the only movie I know that he was in it. No, what? Goddamn AI! Stop it. Oh, what's it? Dennis Leary. Dennis Leary. Craziness.
Christmas, and if your parents did their job, it was usually something very dangerous, okay? Guns, knives, toys with tons of tiny parts you and your sister could choke on. Stuff that caught on fire. It was great. Here, this is a BB gun. Okay, they don't want to give these to kids anymore. Okay, because too many kids get shot in the eye on Christmas morning. All right, watch this. Give me a kid. Hey kid, stay right there, right there. Nice job, kid. See, the kids who lose an eye when you shoot BBs at them, they're stupid. Okay,
Yeah.
the doc. You don't deserve that 5 minutes, right? Give me another kid. Now, this is an electric football game. They don't really make them anymore, okay? You turn it on, all these guys would vibrate and run around the field. Now, my cousin Eddie swallowed a running back. I think it was Larry Zonka, and shot to death one Christmas morning. Best thing we saw Eddie or the game. Hey, eat this. Good girl. It's called feeding the herd, folks.
Yes.
This kid's a keeper. All right, give me another kid, all right? This next toy is basically an oven, okay? This baby would heat up to about 250 degrees Kelvin. You could bake pottery in this thing, all right? Come here. Stick your hand inside there. You idiot. Folks, here's my point, okay? These are just toys. They are tools of education,
Yep.
okay? You can bet that kid's not going to put his hand in an oven again.
Yeah. That's a good one.
That's exactly what I
Yeah,
thought.
that was the philosophy back then. Like, yeah, you stuck your hand in, you won't do that again.
Yes, I have had so many scars on me. Never again. But yeah, no, not kids nowadays.
Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, they're in this hermetically sealed bubble. You know, nothing is ever bad's ever gonna happen to you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not allowed to tell all my stuff to little kids. When, how many times I went to the hospital, fell out of a tree, broken arm.
Again,
I had a couple seizures because I fell. I learned a lesson: don't run on tile after it's been mopped.
yeah,
See?
yeah, you won't do that again.
Nope. Only do it once.
You'll fucking, oh, it looks wet. I think I will not walk on that. Or if I do, I'm going to walk very carefully. If I absolutely have to get across it.
Yeah, I was trying to smack my brothers, so wasn't necessary.
But yeah, that's what I say. They weren't, you know, and
Yeah,
it's like,
the easy bake oven thing was that changed over the years because before it was like when in first rendition it was really good, and before they ended up swapping it with the stupid fucking light bulb that took forever to cook something. And it's like, what's the point?
yeah, everything worked too fucking good. Anything that worked good. You had to take I know you don't carburetor, the old carburetor clean, same thing is whatever caustic chemicals in you'd have crud, fucking grease, everything. You go, I mean, with 20 seconds is fucking down to minimum. You can fucking take this shit they're doing now. You can spray it on there and spray. If there's a little fucking dust on there, you can spray and spray and spray forever, and it doesn't do a fucking thing. I mean, like you say, what's the fucking point? And they charge you it's like $6 a fucking can. I mean, I remember when they used to have it on the old caustic shit, they would have it on sale for like 79 cents in a buck. And you'd go buy like a case of, whenever it was on sale, I would buy like a case of, so, whatever. And then usually most times you wouldn't run out by the time you got to another one because it'd be like half price or something. And I mean, you could spray the shit, shit could be greasy, fucked up, whatever. You just go, yeah, you're fucking use it to clean. Practical, anything. And I mean, but thing of it is like, if you had anything plastic, you had to either put some rags over because it would that stuff was good. I mean, it'd start melting fucking plastic or paint or anything. I mean, it'd peel paint. If you let it sit on fucking paint, it just fucking peeling. So that's why it was carburetor cleaner, because if you had really nice paint job on your engine or something, like if you sprayed it on there and it run off on that, like on the intake manifold, if you didn't wipe it right up immediately, you could just see the paint start bubbling and shit. But I mean, it was effective. But like you said, you're good. We didn't we didn't fucking die. I'm sure some people did.
Like Dan Cleary said, it's in the herd.
Yeah, but it was probably the guy that was over there going, fucking going, because like they were doing like with the old modelers glue and shit and like that. Or people would shit you not, there was one kid, he would get the clear fucking spray bomb shit because that would light their shit up. I mean, and he would fucking do that, burn his fucking brain out.
Yeah, they moved on to what was it, the dust cleaner thing that spray air.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But then they started making the paint and everything. They started, well, we can't have, but I mean, it's like that. The old spray bomb shit we used to have, like painting your bicycle frame or whatever. I mean, you could shoot that shit on there and it fucking lasts forever and look nice. And you could paint, back in the day, you could paint 5 to 6 bicycle frames with one spray.
Nice.
And that's like 3 coats where it's really fucking standing out, yada, yada, yada. And you look at this fucking shit today and it's like,
super thin.
yeah, it don't fucking cover. You use 27 cans to fucking try to get coverage on the goddamn thing. And pray tell if you even wanted to make it look nice. It's like impossible.
Yeah, there's no money to be made in things that last, why they're destined to break.
I mean, it's like shooting cars like we used to shoot the acrylic. Well, that was the biggest thing. Lacquer was a bitch because like the old saying, 20 coats hand run lacquer where you had to sand it out and color buff it and to make it really shine. Then they came out, your enamel, the regular enamel was good, but it wasn't that. Then they came out with acrylic enamel and then Emron, which was the airplane paint that had the hardener, which was fucking great. Cause I mean, you could shoot a car with 3 coats, no buffing out, nothing, and it's fucking, you could see yourself like looking in a fucking mirror. And it would fucking last 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're water-based fucking paint and the fucking clears and the clear comes off and it fucking is, like I said, we should have been fucking dead. I don't know. With all that shit that was supposedly today, but today, that's why I get why I wouldn't want to do this shit. I mean, I get frustrated. Like I say, you try to go to clean something like you used to do. Like you say, you go in there, you want to clean something fast and quick and get the dirty grease and grime, you grab carburetor cleaner, and it was done. And today it's like fucking, you got to fucking take it all the fucking apart, put it in an $8,000 fucking cleaning machine and wait 16 fucking months by the time that, and then put it all fucking back together. Well, I wouldn't want to work on nothing either if it took,
right?
If you got to go through all that. But I mean, I understand why the kids or whatever generations coming up don't want to do that because it's a fucking hassle. Everything's a fucking hassle, at least if you have the perspective like I do, or even somewhat of you do. Everything's a goddamn fucking hassle with all this shit. So I see why now they want to come in here and just play with the fucking computer because that's all they fucking got. Everything else is too fucking complicated.
Like a lot of these cars, yeah, the computer that's on them is annoying because if that gets messed up, then the car's messed up.
That's what I tell everybody. I said, if the year model starts with a 2, count me out, because they said if you don't have a $10,000 to $40,000 computer to plug into it like this, it's going to tell you 27 fucking things are going wrong, and then you still got to figure out. But then you got to trace the 3,000 miles of wire that's in a fucking new car today, or whatever the ridiculous amount of
You're probably accurate.
It's an astonishing amount of miles of wire that's in the car today.
Yeah.
Of that. But I could see you, man. That's got to be like fucking. Where do you can't you don't tune or work anything on per se with a skill. It's like that. It's like AI. Everything now is dependent on something like this to tell you what to do. And I mean, like I say, I get it. I get frustrated with it today when looking at this shit because it's like this. Why can't you just have a button? Turn the fucking microphone on. Microphone on off. Oh,
Right? You
yeah.
absolutely easy. But apparently not.
Yeah, we've gotten all away from that to all this fucking
That means. Curious on what
the only thing I got after you is you're gonna have most likely a lot longer to deal with this shit than I will.
which is why I'm hoping the aliens that eventually show up give us some new shit. Because what we got, so
It is. I can't. I mean, like I said, I understand where they're coming from with it, and I mean, I don't doubt that probably a lot of it. I would probably be doing the same thing if I was in their shoes.
oh yeah, it's all money.
You know, because I mean, what do you fucking do? Like you say, you can't. You get an easy bake oven that doesn't fucking work. Well, why the fuck you gonna fuck with that? You know what?
Yeah, they had like apparently they had a lot of cool shit back in the days. Like they had someone brought in a old chemistry set.
Yes.
And half of the chemicals and stuff that was in
Oh,
there.
I'm sure. Yeah, the old chemistry sets we used to have. Oh God, yeah, you used to have mercury and all the fucking shit. You get some with nickel and cadmium and all that fucking. If you got the really good one, you'd have you could get all the fucking. Or you could go down. You could go down to the fucking hardware store or wherever and buy that shit.
Yeah,
Buy it on the fucking counter. You know, no fucking. You know, if you wanted it, like if your kit didn't have it and you saved up like 27 cents or something, you could get some out. Or you needed a refill or you wanted to do all that.
nowadays.
I mean, it was like when we were building model cars, that was the thing. I mean, you know, the old glue sniffer days. Yeah, you could get higher than a kite off of that. That's why, you know, if you're doing it, you had to be in a you know, like you say, don't be stupid if you don't want to fucking burn your brain out. You know, you just did it in a you know, where you got outside, or where you got air
Well,
circulation.
ventilation, yeah.
Yeah, you don't fucking. But I mean, if you want to sniff the fucking glue, you know, you'll get fucking higher than the shit off of sniffing it, but it fucking fries your fucking brain out. Well, again, well, you know, you'll either be a vegetable or fucking kill yourself. So that's how we weeded out the druggies back in the day. They would eventually fucking wipe themselves out because then they would go on to harder shit and whatever. And pretty soon, yeah, you know, Brad, he died at fucking 21 or something. Well, yeah, no kidding.
Nowadays you got that Narcan stuff.
Yeah, now they save the motherfuckers. Before
Like it's complicated. Like I understand that you want to help them,
yes.
but if they don't want help, what are you gonna do for them?
The old philosophy was, yeah, fucking okay. You know, you're fucking done. We don't have to worry about your shit. Like you say, now we keep trying to it's like I go back to this. We got this emotional mentality that we're going to save the whales. Every whale, every kitty cat, every dog, every fucking goddamn thing. You know, we're going to save everything. Well, you know, you can't.
Yeah,
It's just fucking impossible.
It's impossible.
Yeah, this is not for whatever reason, we're not in a perfect fucking world. You know, there's going to be some amount of shit that you're going to have to accept, deal with to get, you know, if you want a fucking steak, somebody somewhere had to kill a fucking cow and butcher it. And it just didn't they just didn't magically grow out of the grocery store freezer department and into your fucking.
Are you telling me they lie?
Yeah, they lie. You know, there's somebody had to do the dirty shit.
Which is why I believe everybody should go hunting.
Yes.
At least once in their life to
Yes.
just understand the impact that you're like. I understand that you got to eat meat, but you know this is what happens.
That was the whole thing about guns. If you were showed, even if you didn't want to shoot them or something, if you didn't want nothing to do with them, at least you understood why you didn't, and why you should stay away from them. But don't tell me. I hear these fucking the Brady deal, the guy that got shot when Reagan did that has his brain half messed up. You know, he's still going on. I hear him all the time on the talk radio now. They're going, "This is what the commercial does. This is, oh, you're going over to a friend's house, or oh, well, you got roses outside. Isn't what time do you want me to be there? And then like the third question, do you have any guns in the house? And are they? And the lady answers, oh yes, they're all locked in a safe and unloaded. And then thinking, well, what the fuck?
What's the purpose?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess if you have your hunting rifles that you're not using every day or whatever that, but if you're having a gun for freaking protection, having it locked up in a safe, unloaded, that, well, you might as well have moon rocks in the goddamn thing because you're going to be fucking dead.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of having a gun is if somebody's coming through the fucking door or something or whatever, you can't say, well, time out, let's go to a safe space. Let me go get my gun and then I'll fucking load it and then we'll be back to fucking zero. No, he's going to go kaboom, you're fucking dead.
Yeah. That at least like if I can understand. Yeah, no, I would either have a shot ready to go, or I would have the magazine fully loaded and ready to go.
I mean,
But that takes time.
my philosophy on shot, a lot of people don't. I always say my shotguns have one in the chamber. I don't have
Yeah.
first shot, I don't have to run. The only thing I got to do is push the safety down, pull the fucking trigger. There's number one. So, because they're like, I don't want to fucking, because in the time it takes for you to rock the slide, somebody could already drilled your fucking shit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's my philosophy. Fucking gun, the only thing you should have at a minute, unless it's a revolver, which you don't have to have a safety, but anything other than a revolver, the only thing you should do is punch the side, fucking trigger and go. Whatever, I don't care if it's pistol, long gun, shotgun, whatever. But my fucking shotguns, it's got one in the fucking chamber. It's just safety off, boom. That's the first one out the fucking door.
Birdshot or buckshot?
Double up, but no, fuck, birdshot won't. And unless you're just trying to scare some. Remember, if you go back to Beverly Hillbillies and Granny Clampett, she had the 20 gauge with the birdshot, didn't it?
So I would do birdshot, buckshot. This way you got 2 warning shots, and if I make a third one, you're fucked. I'm just gonna pepper you up real good.
No. Mine all fucking, I mean, it did. I got one, well, I got 3. I got one old, shit, what is? I don't remember what it is, but it's a 5. Well, it's got 4 in the it's got 4 in the deal and 1 in the chamber, so it's got 5. Then I got an 870 Remington, which the cops used to have. You go back to the old highway patrol of cops, and you saw the 12 gauge in it was usually a Remington 870. So they were 4 shot. They were 4 shot in the deal too, but they made it 8. They made it 8 4 extension, which I got. No one's got 8, 9, so I got 9 in it. Then I got the Mossberg, which has got 9. It's got 9 in the chamber, or 9 in the rack. It's got 1 in the chamber, plus you've got two cartridges in each side in the stock.
Oh Lord.
So if you got it after you went through 10, if you got to reload it, you got 4 more in the fucking deal with that. So that one, so that's what every one of them's got everyone's got 1. Mine got 1 in the fucking chamber. Because like I say, if I'm pulling if I'm ready to shoot, I'm fucking, whatever I'm looking at, I'm looking to kill it. My philosophy is you do not point a gun at an animal or a person or whatever unless you're planning on fucking killing.
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
once you come to that fucking decision that the threat or you're hunting or somebody's a threat to you or whatever, is that you're aiming to fucking kill. That, that all this stuff of this stuff is bullshit. Because that's the only, if you're going to use deadly force, then you should make goddamn sure that that's the last option you got. But once you pull the fucking trigger because you don't know what the next person has, or there's somebody standing off the side or whatever. So, like I say, my philosophy is that's why I tend to favor revolvers on that because you don't have to have a safety. They don't fucking, nothing hangs up. Yeah, no jamming, no nothing. I mean, maybe you only have 6 fucking shots, but it's still you're fucking and even if you have a 9mm or some, I always say if you want a backup gun, always make it a revolver because they are going to fucking work.
Yeah.
They don't revolvers don't fucking fail.
No, there are no
No,
intricate parts. Like
no, yeah.
Yeah.
There's I mean, that the only way they're gonna fail is if you didn't put 6 fucking bullets in the fucking chamber. That's the only fucking way you cannot.
Or the revolvers. Always like, I've only seen a few people have them where they have like those quick loaders, where it's like you push it into the thing, like it.
Yeah. No, like I say that even if you do have that, I always say if you're carrying a backup, always carry. My philosophy is it's a revolver because then even if something fucks up on that, then you at least got 6 shots or whatever to get the fucking job. I don't care if it's 38 Saturday Night Special.
Yeah.
At least you're getting at least you got a fighting fucking chance. But of that, but like I say that like I say, if you don't like a 357 or 44 or something, which those fuckers do kick fucking hard. 38, most chicks can shoot a 38 fairly easy. And 38 will kill you. That's what cops use. Believe it or not, back in the day, that's what cops would have 30. They would carry on their sidearms. Usually, almost all of them, they had a 38 special. 38 special. That's what they would carry with them, and they had the 870 shotgun. The 870 shotgun would be in the center or where the center console was sticking out.
Yeah.
You look at the old Highway Patrol's TV show, or look at Adam 12. Go look that was a standard. That was a standard copish.
Yeah.
A 12 gauge shotgun and 38. That's all they use. Most of them carried. That's all. Probably 90+% of the cops, that's what they had. But back in the day, there wasn't as many. You didn't have, most of the time, you weren't worried about people,
I'm trying to think of the bank robbery where all of that kind of changed. I don't know if you remember. There was a bank robbery. 2 individuals were heavily armored, and the cops' weapons did nothing.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I remember what.
I can't remember where.
Yeah,
it was.
I can't remember where it was. Yeah,
But yeah, the police are like, "What the fuck?" So they had to break into the gun store that was across the street and take the rifles.
No, but then, like you say, that back in the day, there wasn't that big a threat.
Yeah.
So I mean, in almost every case, that took care of fucking business. Because you got to remember back in them days, in the old Motorola 2-way radios on the repeater that didn't work half the time. When the cops showed up, I mean, even if he called for backup, it was 80, and then Harvey might show up 10 minutes later if you were getting fucking if you were getting ambushed.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, back in those Charlie days. But and again, like you say, I think like with all this other stuff, you know, just in general, at least from my observation, the general population had more respect for each other.
Yes, that I have noticed.
You know, today, from all the stuff of that, you know, for whatever all the other stupid shit like I and others talk about, what, but of that, and I think it's just because we had more interaction with each other. You know, when you start when your world gets smaller like that, and you don't have that back and forth contact, and your whole world is getting down to these, you know, screens and stuff, and that's where you're, you know, from everything, you know,
Makes sense.
you're pulling that, you learn touch with reality of human to human contact.
No social skills.
Yeah, no communication, no that. So hey, if something doesn't go your way, you're figuring, oh well, I'll just like the computer game, well, I'll just kill the fucker to get, you know, there's no respectability in a lot of this stuff. So again, from my perspective, I see a lot of that. Obviously, I'm not smart enough to change it in a lot of ways, but like I say, my only saving grace is, like I say, looking at you, you're gonna have to choose more of that shit than I will.
Yeah.
And I don't and again, I have a lot of empathy for guys like you or the kids coming up and stuff. Like I said, I look at it, see, you don't have the opportunity me and my generation have.
Yeah.
Even though you might have neater fucking toys and this and that. Or,
That means crap.
yeah.
To some people, it means everything. It's just like, it's
Yeah.
nothing. Like, I bet you, if you live in the woods for 30 days, you would probably end up hanging yourself.
I don't think they could. I don't think most of them could survive. I don't think they could survive 2 days.
Probably.
You know, because what are you gonna do? You know, if that's what concerns me is what if they get fucking lost? You know, what if the GPS goes down?
Right? Like, I remember navigating map before we used these damn phones. And now, without it, like, how do I know where to go? Like, use the map. Put the maps on my phone. We'll get a paper map.
Even of the simplest, you know, the easiest way if you're lost or something, the easiest way to fucking not, some people they said, you know, or they looked and they died because they just like walked around in a circle and they never went. Well, the easiest way to not walk in a fucking circle is just look for the way the water's flowing, like a creek or anything, or way to natural, because water's always going to flow downhill. So if you follow the way, if you're lost and you don't know where the fuck you're at or something, you just follow whatever. You look where the natural drains were or whatever that, you're not going to double back and come back where you were and die 10 feet from where you started.
Right?
But that's just as simple as, or just look at the sun or the moon or navigating.
There are people who can't even tell the
Yeah, that's
directions,
how Columbus
northeast,
got from
southwest.
Spain to the fucking United States, was just looking at the moon and the sun coming across the fucking ocean.
Right?
You know, I mean, if you know if you have those basic skills, you're not gonna fucking, if you're in a situation, at least you got a fighting chance of knowing how to get out of it. These cats have no fucking idea. They have no fucking idea of, like you say, if you take away their GPS, they don't know how to get across the fucking street.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're fucking done.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm wondering, like, if an EMP, I think there was a movie about this, where EMP and then hit and then no one knew what to do. Oh, you know what? That was actually documented. Yeah, they did like a what if the power went out.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you it'll probably end up just like that.
Again, like you say, what if the Chinese are getting they're getting a very powerful, sophisticated military going on. And what if that, it could be ping pong or it could be 2 or 3 leaders around. What if somebody in Russia, they got a bigger, not that it really makes any difference. I mean, we got, whatever it is, 27 times we could destroy the world, or 3,000. But Russia's got, even though their economy is less than 1/10 of ours in output, they've got more nuclear weapons than we got. So I mean, what if Putin dies or whatever? You could get some fucking Hitler, fucking really fucking twisted motherfuckers just says fuck it. I'm getting ready to go, or you're closing in on me. Hey, fuck it, boom.
Right.
And like you say, the whole fucking thing's going fucking haywire. And you might be well, yeah, you might die, or you might be the one that's just like, barely hanging on, and you're out there, like you say, there's nothing there, and you got to figure out how to make it work with, basically surviving off the land or off your wits or whatever. And these cats are just like, they've grown up in this, as I call it, a fantasy world.
I agree very much.
And they have no fucking idea how to handle any sort of adverse nothing. They're just like that. I mean, that's basically like that little funny skit. You fuck up once. There's nothing better. There's nothing better. You learn, like I say, you learn more fear or more by the mistakes you made by everything than any time you ever did it fucking right. Because that stuff sticks in your fucking head.
It really does. Like
Yeah.
sticking a fork in a little electrical receptacle. Only did it once.
Yeah.
Never again. That hurt.
Yeah. I mean, but now we got to have all these fucking safety things. You're putting plugs in the goddamn thing, and then half the fucking thing. So wonder they don't make you fucking turn the fucking breakers off on all the shit. Although nothing would work in the fucking house. But like you said, how the fuck did we ever fucking survive? It's fucking, and again, it's like a fucking deal. I mean, my best friend in the second, sixth grade, I didn't take you to the fucking house, was, where my dad lives, the next street out, second house up, Ricky Cox. He hung himself in his fucking parents' garage in the second, seventh grade.
Boys.
Yeah. I mean, he was kind of like a little bit of a geeky kid at the time, but not bad. He had glasses on and whatever of that. But, I kind of felt sorry for him of that, So I on the road, and I was down on Hubbard's, that's when we were living on Hubbard Street or whatever. So, we'd go back and I'd take him around. I'd pick him on the football team and stuff when we were playing pickup games and stuff and make him feel good and shit. Like you say, he hung his fucking self in the seventh grade. Today they would do, hey, it's a bad fucking tragedy thing. You fucking, that was too bad. You picked up the fucking pieces and moved on. And it was, they didn't, like my parents or the other parents didn't, I mean, they didn't say, fucking stupid when you do that, but they explained to you, hey, if you got fucking problems or something's going wrong, say something. Don't get to that fucking point.
Yeah.
That they used it as an example, not, oh God, we got to do, that and make it. I mean, not that we didn't make a spectacle. We made a deal out of it. We didn't make a spectacle out of it. And like, oh, shit like that is going to fucking happen. I don't give a fuck what you fucking try to do. You just got to figure out how to deal with it or not. Try not to have it happen again, or know the signs if you see shit that's going on of that, whatever. But I look at it today that when you see it happen to them, and we didn't have no grief counselors at the school and 6 days off and all that. Your ass was in fucking school the next fucking day. I mean, if somebody was really fucked up, you went down to the fucking, principal's office or whatever, yada, yada, yada. And, well, we did have one counselor in junior high. That, or you went down there or whatever. I mean, that was like a couple of kids and that was it. I mean, you fucking dealt with it. You figured out that that's part of life. Shit like that's going to happen. You better learn how to fucking deal with it.
This is how they want their kids.
Yes, exactly.
Bubbles.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, they're like fucking, everything's like that. You go to fucking schools and like that, I'm thinking, God, no wonder these kids are fucked up. You look at them, it's like fucking going to a fucking prison.
I had a bully once in high school. I had to figure out a way to solve it. I made friends with somebody bigger.
That's what,
And then I was just like, that dude's fucking with me. He's like, oh, really? All right. Never again. That's
yeah.
no problem.
Once he got the shit beat out of him, like you said, he didn't fuck. That wasn't a great fucking idea. Yeah, when I was a kid, big stick. But you found out, you know what? Somewhere, somebody fucking, I don't give how big and badass you think you are.
There's always someone bigger.
Yeah, there's always some, and on any given day, somebody can take you, even though they may not be as big and bad as you, they may be able to take you the fuck out. Here's my example of that. Go watch when Mike Tyson was at his ever-loving fucking just hammer, taking guys, didn't hardly get by the second round. Well, he's getting Big King caught going out, he's with that fucking whatever movie stars, fucking money, fuck him. He's out fucking partying like a mother. So go look at James Buster Douglas. He's a kid fucking going, he's the next of the pile. Mike Tyson's out partying, not training them. This guy, his mom had just died. Buster Douglas's mom just died of cancer. This fucker's out there running in fucking Ohio in the middle of winter, and it's probably 16 degrees below zero. Fucking ice is coming off.
Oh, Lord.
And I said, and I told everybody, I said, that he's gonna fucking beat Tyson. And sure enough, he fucking did. And because you could tell if Tyson was gonna be beat, this guy was he's fucking working his ass off. So you go the next, so whatever, Tyson's getting all the big, in back in them days, if you were like heavyweight champ of Holly and Frazier, like you're getting like 5 and 10 million. The big gun getting like 5 and 10 million. If you were the challenger, you got like $1 million or something, yada yada yada. So he fucking wins, goes about 8 rounds. I think one round case went about 8 rounds, finally knocks fucking Tyson out. Tyson's energy's going. So his next fucking fight is against the Denver Holy Buster Douglas. So he gets like $20 fucking million. You go watch the fight. I don't even think it went around. Fucking Buster did like 40 seconds in, Holyfield hits him. He lays on the fucking ground. Referee goes 9-10, it's over. You never heard of Buster Douglas fucking game. He busted his ass, beat Tyson, got the fucking next fight. He gets a big fucking payday. He says, I'm fucking out of this fight. I got the money. I'm out of this. I ain't gonna be a fucking vegetable or fucked up at the end.
Smart.
Got the fucking next one, took the fucking money and said that you never heard no fights, no nothing, no this. But you could tell when I saw that because they were doing the fight, because that's the big fucking fight. Back in the day, like this, either late 70s or 80s, I think 80s. That, but I mean, that was a big deal. You didn't have 20 million events.
Yeah.
That was like a big fucking deal. But it was on like the regular. It was probably, it might have been pay-per-view, but I don't think so. I think that was still like it would have been on Wire World Sports or the regular network. So it's coming in. So why I did that because they're showing the fucking preview show. Coming on, they're doing this and they're showing. They're going on about Tyson now. He's out partying, he ain't been training, and they're showing the film of Buster Douglas. And he said, Douglas is gonna win this. Harry, oh no, it ain't fucking, oh, Tyson's man. And I mean, Tyson, no, I mean, like I said, he was not barely up until that point. His fights hardly anything went past the second round. I mean, he had a lot of first, second, I think third round knockouts was like when he won the title at first, it went like third round. I mean, he was fucking just like badass. Totally. Like nobody had ever seen nothing like this.
Yeah.
And they were just, they were building him up like fucking King Kong. And I mean, it went to his fucking head. You know, when he got to that point, he was like that. Because Douglas is like a kid. No, he's like the 10th or 12th ranked heavyweight. He's not even like 2 or 3 or whatever. He's like just like a it was supposed to be like a payday for Tyson so he could keep his money going. Well, it didn't. Then finally did. I think Holyfield won. I think he finally did beat Holyfield coming back or whatever. By that time, he was starting to really get fruitcakey with the shit and the weird tattoos on the face and all of that. But but I mean, it's just that you can tell. It's like when I predicted when I first came on as 16 first. So I started in June of 16. So the Trump-Hillary election was this. So that's when I was first doing it. I was only coming in on Monday. So November, whatever was this, I come in on a Monday and Luke says, we're not talking about the election because everybody's thinking Hillary's going to. Everybody's thinking, Hillary, no fucking way, same thing. Everybody, he said, I'm fucking pissed off. She's going to win. We're going to be yada yada. So, and that's when we were doing 2 hours. We were on from 4 to 6. So I said, okay. I said, just give me, he says, I don't want to talk about elections. I said, okay. He said, just give me the last 15 minutes of the show. I said, okay. So I got on there and I said, went on there and I said, this is how Trump's going to win. So I got it. The electoral college, it works. So I peeled it down to they were at a 2. What Hillary was ahead 269, Trump had 267. And I said, this is how it's going. And I come in and I said, Trump, they finally call New Hampshire. Trump gets the 4 delegates. He wins 271, 260.
And that's what it was.
Well, no, he actually won by more. He carried a few more. But I said, Trump's going to win. So I said, so he's just kind of said, oh, I hope you're right. He's looking at me like, yeah, sure, right. So it comes in. So next day, like Kenny White, him, Cliff, and him were doing the election show then. So like I said, they were on from 4 to 6. So they're coming in and so we started off the day. This is how it started out because I think they were trying to suppress the vote.
Yeah.
So Trump had to win like Florida, Wisconsin, North Carolina, whatever, they had, he has to win, he's got this, Hillary's got that, Hillary's got this, but Trump's got to pull, because they figured Hillary's going to win these, but if he can pull this. So they started off the morning with the exit polls. They started putting out the deal real early. Oh, fucking Hillary's got Florida in the bag. It's over. Yada, yada, yada. Even Trump's guys, Don Jr. and stuff are starting to put out like Hannity. Some of the close guys are like trying to put it out like that. This is like about 9 o'clock our time. 11 o'clock, it starts to turn. He says, hey, get fucking people out. That was fucking bullshit. We can win Florida. And then boom, 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 boom. So it's coming in, the polls close at 4 o'clock. Boom, they call Florida for Trump. Fucking, then they call North Carolina for fucking. And so he's got them all up at 5:30. So it's like right at that point at 5:30. At 5:30, they called fucking Wisconsin, and that put him over. That put him over the 270 because that gave him like 276. Yeah. So I called in and I fucking went da 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 da. Hey, fucking, it's over. And they're all like going, really? Yeah. I said, dude, look, they fucking called it for fucking Wisconsin. So the time I was on Deborah with Moreno Valley Matters, and you had fucking that Amber fucking nigger loving chick and fucking Kelly Fitzpatrick, and I think it was fucking Stacey Scott, all fucking Hillary. They were going, oh yeah, Hillary's fucking win. So I'm on the fucking message thing and I'm going, it's fucking over. If I'm punching, I'm talking out. I said, it's fucking, and they're all going like, no. I said, it's fucking over. I said, they call Wisconsin. I said, it's fucking over. Trump's gonna, and I mean, like and they're melting down, like all the whole Hillary people are starting to roll down like that. But that's, again, it's like that. If you want to, this is how I built my fucking credibility when people do that. If you make a prediction like that and it doesn't work out, nobody remembers.
No.
They remember the ones you fucking called. Like when 2020, when you were here and stuff, and I said, in an honest, like I said today, I don't know if you heard, but I said it in 2020, when I said in an honest election, Trump will win. I said, you're going to kick the boxes, they're going to come in. So I did the part where Emerald Robinson's finally putting out the shit of where it's coming in of that. But I remember I said, they're going to get to, if Trump's ahead on when they start counting the votes, I said, they're going to fucking find, because they've done this for fucking years. This is how they fix elections.
Yeah.
I said, they're going to come up and they're going to give we found this box of ballots. This happened. This happened in the Kennedy-Nixon election in '60. All fucking shit. It isn't rocket science to come out. That's why when you say that kind of shit, not that you're doing it on reasonable probability, but that's how I knew. I kept saying Hillary's, there were two things that I was pretty confident. I said, Trump had a better 50-50 chance of winning. Two things. Hillary was so arrogant, she thought she was being coronated, she wouldn't work for it. Trump was doing the Buster Douglas. Trump was out there working his fucking ass. So I figured that. The second thing was when they came down to it, of that, they didn't have the processes in place. They were so confident they didn't think they had to do it of rigging the election. They thought they had it in the fucking bag. So I figured, and the third thing was there were two polls. One was Investors Business Daily when they were like center right before they went kooky. But the other one was very center left, was the LA Times. And they were always showing Trump ahead. All the other polls were saying Hillary's going to win. They almost always had, not by much, like 1 or 2 points on the deal. So I figured, okay, that's why I figured this is a good one for the long shot bet, because the signs are there that he has a chance. It's not like a complete deal.
Yeah.
So you make the fucking prediction of that, when it comes true, everybody thinks you're a fucking genius. Or how do you do that? So if you do this, all you have to do, see, this is a trick to this. All you have to be right is about 5 to 10% of the time. Because like I say, nobody remembers the ones they only remember oh god damn. And you only bring up the ones you were successful on. You just like, because most people forget about the ones you didn't make.
Yeah.
But the ones you do make, and they go like, oh shit, he said that. So it's all in like a strategy play. If you want to work the system or be successful I don't care if you're playing marbles or president of the United States. The principle always works the same.
Yeah.
And that's why you're saying, like, beating on any given day, the team that's 0-47 once in a while will beat the team that's 57. Once in a while, the Hail Mary pass works.
Yeah.
1 out of every 100 times it is thrown, it works. Nobody remembers the 99 times it failed. Everybody remembers the one time it fucking worked. You see the replays on TV, it's a one-time work. They never show the 99 times guys did it and it was a failure.
Yeah.
They just show you the ones
successful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they just take that as a deal, look and just apply that to just everyday life and see how you change. See how it changes your world, but see how you change the process.
Yeah.
It's a very effective tool to use. In most cases, it's much more difficult to be right most of the time than it is to be wrong and right a few times. But if you make those few times count, it cancels out the rest of it.
Yeah.
All right, I will call you tomorrow. You got to lock the gate on the way out because I'm not going anywhere.
That was the first election I actually decided to watch and stay up, the Hillary and Trump one. And then when Hillary conceded, I was just like,
I don't.
bitch, I stayed up for nothing. Fuck.
We dodged a bullet.
Yeah,
We did a dodge a bullet again. I hope we're fucking. I'm just trying to run out the fucking clock. You got more at stake.
yeah,
You got more at stake at it than I do.
yeah.
I'm more in the run out the clock. Yeah, I'm hoping they don't fucking not back out, you know, that I can get out before the time. You got it, you know, 5 in the morning. Hi, Elmer.
This is turmeric. The active compound is curcumin, powerful anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. This reduces inflammation throughout our body, great for our heart, our blood vessels, our joints. And the 3 best ways to make sure we're getting this turmeric digested into our intestine, into our cells, so we can heal and repair, is don't take it with water. If you take it with water, you're not going to assimilate it because it's fat soluble. Take it with some type of fat or with your meal. And 2, turmeric assimilates great with black pepper. We call it piperine. Most of the capsules or vitamins you're getting from those companies will have piperine in it. And 3, if you heat it up, like you're sauteing it and take your turmeric and put it on your veggies, however you like, that will help assimilate as well. I hope that helps. Make it a great day. This is turmeric, the active. Let me show you something simple that can naturally open up your blood vessels. This is beetroot juice. I know a lot of people are immediately worrying about the sugar, so let me put your mind at ease. You only need about 4 ounces. And if you're still concerned, you can dilute it with water, lemon, or a splash of apple cider vinegar to instantly cut the sugar impact. And what you're drinking this for is not the sugar, it's the dietary nitrates. Your body converts these nitrates to nitric oxide, and nitric oxide relaxes and widens your arteries so blood can move with less resistance. That means better circulation, improved oxygen delivery, and less strain on your heart. And studies show that beet nitrates increase nitric oxide and improve the endothelial function that's within your arteries as little as 20 minutes.
I had just had my biggest show ever in the middle of the war. She invites me out the next day, and her whole show is, you hate Jews for being Jewish. You're a real racist. And it wasn't friendly. It was nasty. She was nasty to me. And then afterwards, she wouldn't let it go. It didn't play well at all, because in the interview, she goes, well, you got triggered. I said, I don't think so. She goes, well, people are going to, and nobody agreed. People were furious about the paywall. They're pissed at the way she treated me. It was universally negative, and she wouldn't let it go. And then she got to come in and say, well, you lied. The reason people didn't like it is because you lied about it. And it's like, lady, you got to take the L. You were out of pocket. It didn't work. It backfired. So I could coexist with her. I was willing to do it before. I'd even be willing to do it now. And the same is true with Tucker. And I think Tucker's more rational. Maybe he's a guy or something, or there needs to be a mutual understanding.
If you're struggling to fall asleep at night, let's talk about the 3 worst things that you can do while lying in bed. First up, using your phone or other screens. Exposure to blue light can mess with your circadian rhythm and keep your mind racing, making it so much harder to drift off. Next, lying awake and stressing about how much sleep you're missing out. That's a big no-no. This will create lots of anxiety and make it even harder to relax and finally fall asleep. And lastly, consuming coffee, caffeine, or heavy meals right before bedtime can definitely disrupt your sleep quality. So instead of tossing and turning, try setting a calming nighttime routine. Take a hot bath, get away from those electronics, practice some gentle stretching, read a book, just get into a peaceful atmosphere. Make these changes tonight for a better chance to get that good night's sleep and wake up refreshed once again.
They know where they can find the dead people that they need to get certain votes. They plan this, as Gary said before.
It's meticulous.
It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year.
And
to plan-
mathematicians and hackers.
Right.
We had a map out of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it and stole the elections. And we looked at it and we said, look, it's Denver here and Colorado Springs, all the Democrats, and they looked at us in pity,
Yeah.
like, here's a, I said, no, we just go to every one place where Trump wins 70-30 and he's winning 68, or we shave, and every other place we don't go near a Democratic place, because when they want to do recounts, they're going to go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way.
So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas they can allow access to the machines, they can allow access to the source code, they can allow the—
But they thought we just won by 35%. Okay, we didn't win by 38.
Yeah.
We won by 35, so no one's going to call to they should have, right?
Because everyone says, well, we expected the Republicans to win by a majority. Oh, it was a little less than we thought it was going to be, but they still won, so, no harm, no foul. But the evidence of the fraud is right there, and they could
They
show
never
it.
looked at it.
Did you ever think you would make it?
If it's kind of ridiculous. And it's very easy to see me as I've been born with a silver spoon, which is totally appropriate. Truth is a little more complicated than that. I mentioned this because I know you're a Persian immigrant that, you've come from the bottom and worked your way up. What a great success story. My father was Air Force ROTC.
Before we move on from Buffett, I kind of want to understand that relationship, and must be a little heartbreaking.
That I give him an hour, and he explains to me that there's a group of people who have found each other in message boards and stuff, and they have figured out that there's this huge flaw in the settlement system on Wall Street, and it's really the source of the and she knew about me and Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman, that I'd been when he was 96, had chosen me, and she's basically a Ron Paul type. Her politics are very Ron Paul. But she's talking to Russian senators and
So this is what we read, right? This is what the average person read. What really happened when you decided to resign?
I told the board in February of that year, look, this Russian collusion scandal and Hillary stuff that comes up, you're going to find out I'm in the middle of all of it. I'm in the middle of the Clinton investigation. I'm in the middle of the Russian stuff. When it bubbles up, it may destroy the company. I'm going to have to eject. And I think I've got a duty to come forward. I was then trying to shape events from behind, but eventually became clear I had a duty to come forward. I told the board, I started to come forward. All hell did break loose in the stock market, and so I just hit the button and ejected. Now,
that was in what, 2019?
August 2019. I was in the middle of, so it's very difficult for me to talk about. And it's actually, I've already made stuff public, and I'll share it with you here if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, I just want briefly, so some of the
I worked for Peter Strzok. I was cooperating with the government. When I took on Wall Street, I ended up cooperating with the government and helping them take down 200 criminals on Wall Street. I've now made clear that because of this issues, with each passing week, I've made more clear. And as of the last week, I've finally made clear that I've actually had I've never been involved with intelligence, don't have anything to do with intelligence, but I've had I'm like a professor who has been asked to advise the government on a bunch of occasions. So I'm not an asset, I'm not a spook or a spy or anything, but I've actually had a lot of relationships there. I was asked, and anyway, I do favors when asked. That's how I ended up in Iran that time. I was asked to go to Iran with knowledge of the government. I've been doing this kind of stuff since 1988 to Vietnam, and I was identified to the Soviets and the KGB as doing a favor for the United States government in 1988. So there's never been any question that I've ever worked for intelligence or something, because I was identified to the KGB in 1988. But the government knew on occasion they could ask me to do little favors that had to do with peace, and I've been involved in that. Everything you know about the Russian stuff, it's all a lie. Peter Strzok says it all started, the Crossfire Hurricane started in July 2016. He's lying. The FBI is lying. The Senate Intelligence Committee is incorrect. It started in July 2015. There's a huge cover-up going on. You know the picture of Maria Butina asking Donald Trump a question, went in a Vegas forum when the Russian collusion scandal was going on. They were always showing that picture of her, and she stood up in a Las Vegas hearing. I was the keynote of that conference, and I met her 3 days before, and I reported her to Washington D.C. 3 days before. There were feds all over her from the second day she was in the United States, the entire time she was here. All the meetings she had, the feds knew about beforehand. The feds had me have a relationship with her. She was living with some Republican guy in D.C., but we had an affair on the side. And I set it up so every 6 weeks or so, wherever she wanted a break, she'd fly, meet me someplace, and we'd spend a weekend. I'm single, just so your viewers know. I've never been married. I give great tryst. I've got a great first act, a great second act. I got no third act whatsoever.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, I mean, I'm your guy for a tryst, for a 3 or 4 day tryst, and so it was a beautiful system. And I thought she wanted to meet people in the American foreign policy establishment, and I could have opened those doors because I know people, and I'm on the Council on Foreign Relations, although I'm not active, have not been active for 15 years. But I wasn't going to do that until the authorities looked at her. And what became clear was they were setting up, I knew by November of 2015 that they were setting up a scandal. That what I started thinking of it as the Russian a Cano scandal, that they were creating a can to put on a shelf that someday they were going to take off, shake up, and spray it all over the Republicans or in any.
When you say they, you're talking about the FBI?
Yes. Peter Strzok, Priestap, McCabe, Comey, and John Brennan. I was told that John Brennan. So I never.
These are the highest levels of FBI there is. Andrew McCabe, John Brennan.
And John, they told me my orders were coming from Comey, and that Brennan had exercised. Since 2008, the CIA director can sign a piece of paper and take sort of the steering wheel of the FBI on certain domestic things. And for that reason, John Brennan was over all of this. And so I was working for Brennan and Comey, which was problematic because my red line was I will have never anything to do with the CIA and never done anything for the CIA. But anyway, so it was Comey and Brennan over this, and they had me without her knowledge. They guiding her, opening doors for her so she was telling me that she was here trying to build on she called citizen diplomacy. She let me know right up front that she knew these bigwigs back in Russia. They were interested in discussing what a future peaceful relationship could look like, and she wanted to be introduced. She wanted to make connections into the Hillary, Cruz, Rubio, or Trump campaign. So whoever won, they would have a back door into them. Well, that could be a good thing. And stranger things have happened that some informal citizen-like thing like this has turned into something. But it also could be problematic if you've got a Russian. Now, she's an idealistic graduate student, but she's talking to Russian senators and the Russian central bank, and she's over here mixing it up in D.C. That's a little problematic too. What was interesting was the FBI would normally never, their behavior became very unusual from that point forward, from I'd say September 2015 forward, such that I started having this affair with her, so I could both keep tabs on what she was doing and also give her the nudges that they were having me nudge her. So, for example, a presidential candidate reached out to me and wanted to meet me. And I won't say which one. And it was not, other than to say it was not Rand Paul. Everyone, we're friends. So this was not, and so I need to say it was not Rand. It was another one that, and not Trump, that said, and they told me, bring her to your meeting and bring her in for the last 10 minutes of it. So we'll make your stock go up in Moscow when she reports it, that these presidential candidates. So I did what they said. Turns out that they used that to get a Pfizer warrant on that presidential candidate. And the whole time she was schmoozing around in Republican circles in DC and just, putting pictures of it on Facebook, having dinner. They knew every one of those meetings before she had them from me. They had me arrange just 2 of the meetings. So that entire thing was a setup. And then after a few years of this, they said, Maria Butina did grave damage to American national security. And they threatened her with 15 years, and they put her in a box for 18 months, a windowless box with a mail slot. They gave a bowl of mush three times a day.
So just to be clear, because there's so many angles here. Number one, this is all during 2015 when the primaries are occurring it was Hillary versus Bernie, basically. And then it was all the Republican candidates that Trump was just boom, Jed, boom, Rubio, Cruz, boom, boom, just slaying them all. There was that year, 2015. It wasn't during the Trump Hillary elections, prior to that.
It was fall of 2015, beginning of 2016, first 3 months of 2016. Then they had me break up with her.
Okay.
But when I got suspicious, because she let me know that some big shots were trying to arrange a meeting for Don Jr. and her, that he was going to be at some city at some conference, and on a Sunday at 1:15 he was going to be secreted out.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help
At the back of his hotel and taken down a few blocks to her hotel in a car, and they were going to meet. Well, the FBI would never normally let something like that happen. And I said, hey, why don't I just sneak the girl, take the girl off to the Bahamas for the weekend? She'll miss us. They said, no, let it happen. That's when I knew by December 2015 that they were that they were engineering some kind of scandal, which is 7 months before they've even admitted that they even knew of her. They say, we learned about her. They now say Crossfire Hurricane started when they learned about her in July of 2016. They're lying through the teeth.
She was popping up all over the news. 2016, we heard this name with a picture of her with the gun.
Yeah. And
the point is, this was all manufactured a year prior.
Yeah.
There was no breaking news for you.
Correct.
So, personal question: did you actually have a thing for her, or was it all just FBI, manufactured?
She's an extraordinarily impressive young woman. She wanted to be president of Russia, and I see nothing you meet it out, you spend 20 minutes, whether you'll understand that's not an unusual, it's not far-fetched at all. She's one of the most impressive people I've ever met. So there was never any question like we had a future, but it was more like she was chosen by Mikhail Kalashnikov to lead this.
Kalashnikov, as in like the AK-47 Kalashnikov?
And do you know that to the Russians, he's almost like Washington is to us.
Wow.
Did you know he's like a mystical figure almost to them, or a mythical figure? That's the gun that freed the world.
Right. Legendary figure.
Yeah, but he was, believe it or not, Patrick, he was a liberal. Her basic pitch was this: Patrick, Russia. But believe it or not, there are liberals we know that Russia once had a good relationship with the West. And there are those of us, there's 150 liberals across the Russian power structure, oligarchs and Kremlin. And there are 50 oligarchs who run Russia, but 7 who really run Russia. And I am on very close personal terms with 4 of 7. And we want to discuss someday what Russia might rejoin the Western liberal tradition. That's what we dream of. Believe it or not, Mikhail Kalashnikov was a liberal too. And when he was 93, he formed this gun rights group. But the gun rights group is really not about guns so much as it is a club for liberals that we can be together. And he chose me, 23-year-old Russian girl, to be leader of this group. You know what that means in our culture, and I say, yeah, I understand. And she knew about me and Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman, that I had been when he was 96, had chosen me. And she's basically a Ron Paul type. Her politics are very Ron Paul. So but the interesting thing, what she is or wasn't, I think she is what she thought she was. I think she was getting manipulated from above. I was quite fond of her. But to me, I had another assignment. I didn't know you were going to do this. I've only in the last 72 hours finally given or in the last few weeks, finally given the real details to all this. You guys really want to know? I don't want to.
Before you go into that, let me ask this question. So when you're in communication with Peter Strzok, where are you guys communicating? On what platform?
I'm not go. A, I never knew his name at that time.
Okay.
B, I don't go into any of that kind of aspect of that stuff.
The only reason I ask is for the following thing here. If imagine we the people, the people that are sitting here having to choose between believing you or believing them, okay? Just hear me out for a second.
I'm not in the convincing business, I promise you. Believe me or not believe me.
But okay, so but the question is, if there was a way to prove that there was communication coming from him directly, would you be able to prove it if
Yeah. That's not the issue. Look, a U.S. attorney, if you go to U.S. attorney Brett Tolman went on Fox the night after I went public, and he went out on Fox and said, when Patrick Byrne says that he has this relationship with the government, he's telling the truth. In 2005 and 2006, I was the general counsel of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Byrne brought us all kinds of information. It turned out to be credible. It became the basis of a huge FBI investigation. He worked with them. So he has confirmed that I have this, and I have all kinds of paperwork if necessary. But I feel I'm kind of beyond that. People don't want to believe me, don't believe me. There's a bigger issue here. They then had me bribe Hillary Clinton. Now, I've said this publicly. I'll go into it if you want or not. I don't want to upset your show.
Go for it. Go for it with Hillary.
In the middle of, around Thanksgiving 2015, in the middle of that Maria stuff, they said, we need you to work on something more important. We need you to help investigate Hillary Clinton. You're going to set her up in a bribe. This is what's going on, Patrick. There's two groups in the FBI investigating Hillary. One's the email group, and that's a whitewash. We all know that. The other's a group of agents in New York who are going after the foundation, and they want to put her ass in stir. And Comey has been blocking them on using aggressive investigative techniques.
No, go for it. We're listening.
But information is coming that she's taken a bribe from one country. Won't say the name. And they've used that as the predicate act to establish a prior disposition, to argue that, and Comey has signed off on going ahead and setting up a sting, and that group of agents in New York want you to arrange it. There's another country, which I only identified in the last week. The story's been out there for 2 years, but I've kept secret the country until yesterday. It was Azerbaijan. Your mission is, Patrick, we believe that Azerbaijan wants to pay a bribe. You are to go befriend the Azerbaijani government, find the bag man, and within the next 2 months, here's the mission. Somewhere in the world, there's a room. Hillary Clinton walks into that room. The bag man from Azerbaijan walks into that room. They spend 10 minutes together. You make that happen any way you want. It is the case that on January 14th, 2016, in a hotel room in Washington, D.C., Hillary Clinton was on, let's say, the 8th floor. Her assistant was on the 5th floor. The bag man from out, now I'm going to leave it to your imagination, how one goes to a country like Azerbaijan, convinces the government you're the kind of guy who can and will do things like this happen. You use your imagination. But 7 weeks later, she was on the 8th floor. Her assistant was on the 5th. She knowingly, her limousine was at 9 a.m. The bag man was brought in at 8:30, went to the assistant's room on the 5th. Hillary got out, went in her elevator at 8:47, like she's going to the lobby. She got off at the 5th, went to her assistant's room. The assistant stepped out. They spent 10 minutes alone together. She came out, boom, in her limousine, gone by 9:02. It's not in her schedule, but it happened on the morning of January 14th, 2016. And then I met with the agents a few days later. And there were, shall I continue?
Sure.
Okay. They told me, they told me you need to forget all this ever happened, Patrick. You need to scrub every moment of this from your memory.
Were you there in the hotel? Like, is this firsthand knowledge? How do you know that?
I can't say anything. I know all this happened. I was behind the scenes. I arranged everything. I've never met Hillary Clinton face to face, but I did all the other parts of it. So this all happened. And I came out 2 years ago and made all this public. This is what I knew why I had to leave Overstock, because I knew that this was all going to be coming out. This is where it gets serious. I had said, by the way, when I did this, when they asked me to do it, I said, fellas, this is pretty serious. I've done favors for you before, but I think I need a piece of paper on this one. I've done everything on a handshake before. I used to after Wall Street criminals and do kinds of weird things and kind of push the edges, and I just kind of trusted that they had my back. and I could get whatever they wanted. But I may have pushed the law on occasion, is what I'm trying to say. But I said, fellas, I need a piece of paper that says you're asking me to do this. And they said, we'll go to the office and study it. I came back. They came back a few days later. We met, and they said, we've been told to tell you we can't give you a piece of paper, but the director says if you'll go to Washington, you can be shown a piece of paper. And I said, oh, this is coming from the director. And 2 federal agents leaned over and said, I said, the director and the president. And 2 federal agents said, and I said, well, gentlemen, you can tell Director Comey and President Obama that from them is good enough for me. Consider Hillary bribed. And 7 weeks later, she went in that hotel room in Washington, D.C. That all was pulled off. I was told 2 days later, 3 days later, I had to forget the whole thing had happened on the grounds that it had been reanalyzed and Hillary Clinton they had figured out Hillary Clinton's going to be president for 8 years. Nothing's going to stop it, Patrick.
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve, to keep your family, your neighborhood safe.
And the first thing she's going to do as president, she's going to send her goons over to the FBI and ask who was part of investigating Hillary. And anyone who was part of it is going to be destroyed. And that includes us, Patrick, and our bosses, and includes you. So this has been reanalyzed again from the highest levels, and this mission has been scrubbed. I said, yes, sir. I thought about it a little bit. A couple weeks later, I got back in touch, and which is very rare. It's usually they just appear in my life. I got back in touch, and we met, and I said, this isn't sitting right with me. We're 10 months before the election. You can indict her next week. We got everything you need. What's going on here? We can't have we don't want the 90s again with a Clinton under perpetual investigation. And they said, why don't you give I said, why don't you give the Democrats a time to get somebody clean who will get, I thought I was doing the Democrats a favor, frankly. And they said, they finally, and there were 3 of them this time. And one of them, what was finally said was, Patrick, you need to, so this, if you hear these next 30 seconds, you'll understand the last 7 years like you've never understood it. And I say this as, well, they said, Patrick, you need to understand that this is word for word. At this point, President Obama has his people across the federal bureaucracy, but especially the Department of Justice. Hillary is going to be president for 8 years. Nothing's going to change that. But while she's president, think of there as being a Bunsen burner within the Department of Justice. The information about the 2 bribes you know about is going to sit on that Bunsen burner. The hand on the Bunsen burner is going to be one of Barack Obama's people. If Hillary's a good girl and defends Obamacare, that flame stays low. If she's a bad girl and thinks for itself, it gets turned up. That way, Barack Obama is going to manage Hillary Clinton for 8 years. Then she steps down and Michelle's going to run. And Patrick, that's the plan. This plan later turned out to be called Operation Snow Globe, and like a kid's snow globe. And Brennan and Comey and Obama, or who I think Brennan and Comey, I'm not sure Obama's in it, but Brennan and Comey, somebody wanted Hillary Clinton in a snow globe that they could shake and own for 8 years. My bribe was the bait to lure her to step into the snow globe. By the way, when I walked in and walked the DOJ through this 3.5 years ago, 10 days later is when they announced the Durham investigation. So that's what really happened. Now,
so let me ask this question. Let's back up a little bit. So at this phase of your life, what's your motivation in life? What is your goal of living? You still got a lot of living to do. You're about to turn 60 years old. What's your next goal? What's your dream in life?
Well, boy, you get right to the heart of it, don't you, Pat?
I have to. I have to. What is your goal? What do you want to do?
Well, what I want
aspirations.
To do. My aspirations by that point are I want to live on a little farm, a petting zoo with some animals, and minimize my contact with humans. I just need to. I've had 114 surgeries. I had this duty. I've got this obligation. And that's the last layer to this. You sure you want to hear? You now know about, I knew the Russian collusion delusion was fake. I'd set up Hillary Clinton for a bribe that turned out to be blackmail. You're now about to hear the final reveal if you really want to hear it.
I do.
It's heavy. Unfortunately, you're going to say it's crazy, although in 2006, in the middle of all my fight with Wall Street, and I had learned how corrupt DC was because I had all the economists and everything. The Senate Judiciary reached out to me and started asking to meet with me. And they explained to me, Patrick, it's our mandate to stop corruption. We're the ultimate protectors of the Constitution. because we have the portfolio to fight corruption, and that our power to investigate corruption transcends every other power within government. If we think that there's like corruption in the manufacture of nuclear weapons, we get to investigate, and the Senate Judiciary, and no one gets to tell the Senate Judiciary Committee, you don't have the right clearances. We have the ultimate, and they kept saying our power transcends every other power within government. And then finally, and so I was meeting with the government, with the SEC. I was meeting with law enforcement in the government, but secretly, and other politicians, but secretly reporting back to the Senate Judiciary Committee, helping them try to figure out who's crooked and who isn't. After about a year of this, I got a phone call to come in one day, come to DC, Patrick, don't even bring a lawyer, come alone. And I go in, and so this was the big secret of my life until very recently. And this has all been confirmed by some journalists and stuff. Nobody's published it, but this is all, Matt Taibbi has confirmed that this is true, what I'm about to tell you. I go into a room and there's 7 journalists, at least 7 senators, led by Arlen Specter, whom I had gotten to know. And Chairman Specter was a wonderful man, an institutionalist. Some people, he was a Democrat federal prosecutor in Philadelphia and congressman turned Republican, who became Republican senator, who at the end of his life turned back Democrat, but he was beloved by both sides of the aisle. His name's on a building somewhere down here in Miami, federal building. And he and a group of what you would call the institutionalists, the people who kind of transcend party, were in a room. And I've identified them: Grassley and Leahy, Orrin Hatch, another senator from Southern New England, the Democrat junior senator, Kit Bond. I've named them before. There's others. And they were in a room and they said, Patrick, this hasn't been done since World War II. In World War II, there was a concern of German sympathizers infiltrating the federal government. And an American businessman was asked to become a German sympathizer to help flush them out. We think you're right. We think you're right. There's some kind of corrupt force taking over the United States government. It's our job to stop it, but we can't stop it. And Specter went on and on about what they were seeing and how it would close circles of corruption. I was like, I know, sir, I know. That's what I've been saying. How are you going to stop that? And he goes, we're going to stop because we have you, and you're going to stop it. That's why you're here. Here's this letter. We're going to meet with the president tomorrow night. We're giving him this letter. We're keeping a copy of it. And the letter says, the first paragraph, it's on Senate Judiciary Stationery, says something about systemic corruption infiltrating the federal, or they're concerned about systemic corruption infiltrating the federal institutions of our nation's government. And the second paragraph says the Senate Judiciary Committee requests that Patrick Byrne be shown extraordinary latitude under the laws of the United States to pursue his investigations and disruption of corruption within the federal government, blah, blah, blah. Now, that is sitting in and so when I was finished reading it, they didn't even let me touch it. One Senator Hatch held it so I could read it. And when I was finished, they said, this is not a pardon. You can't go kill anybody. But, short of that, this is going to keep any prosecutor from touching you. We get that you're a horse of a different color, Patrick, and you really are a horse of a different color, but your country needs you to do this with your life. And it was kind of funny. You asked about my father and how my father, and so I said no. I thought for a few seconds. I said no takebacks, and they all laughed and they said no takebacks. And I said, okay, I won't let you down. My father got on, so that was really behind the aggression behind my fight against Wall Street. Well, I was already into it, but that's why I never backed out. And my father came out publicly and criticized me. I only found out this part he came out and criticized me, but about 3 years later, before he died, he came out publicly and said, I was wrong. I wish I'd never, after 08 and 09, I think he came out and said, I was wrong. I should never criticize my son. He should have. And I didn't know this part of it until just a month or two ago. My mother told me, who's 90 years old, just turned 90, she's a widow, and she said, don't you know that your father, that Orrin Hatch came over to see your father, and he told your father about this mission, about this request. That's why your father turned around and came out publicly and got behind what you did. So my father, so that the senator would come over and, so anyway, that's what I did with my life. I basically have gone through most of my fortune on this hunt. I hunted Wall Street, and I've been on this 16-year mission to get to the core of things. I can promise you that, so I'll stop there. It gets even crazier, but I'll just stop there.
Yeah, but what's your motive, though? What is your aspirations at this phase?
My aspirations, I made a commitment to 300 million Americans. They elected a Senate. That Senate chose a Senate Judiciary Committee. That that committee chose a chairman to ask me to save the country by fighting corruption within the federal government. So, though I would much rather be retired on a ranch in the middle of nowhere, I see this election, which I believe, well, I'm quite confident at this point, was completely rigged. It isn't just this election. We have corruptions taking over the United States through rigged elections. Our elections, it's just like when I fought Wall Street.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst.
Everybody says, oh no, Wall Street's all clean. It's like you have no idea under the hood how much slop there is in the settlement. Similarly, people who think that our elections are fair have no idea. Citizens who have gotten involved in the last 2 years, it's popping up all over. Now that citizens in 3,100 counties are digging into it, they're discovering there's enormous discrepancies. You do a hand in New Mexico, they just did a hand count, 25% difference between what the machine says and the hand count. In Georgia, there was a Democratic woman, Michelle Long Spears, in a congressional primary this summer, she came in third with 24%. She made her get a hand count. Turns out she won with 60%. The machines are that far off. She was number third with 24%, but when you do a hand count, she has 60%. Williamson County, intellectually the fight's over. Williamson County, Tennessee had something like that happen. They called in the state of Tennessee, which found that this is just the summer, 7 out of 18 machines, you feed in a stack of 200 ballots and it gives 93 votes. And you feed the stack and it always gives the same 93, almost as if it's programmed to give fake results. They got the federal government in it. The federal government has looked at it. The EAC, its testing laboratories, and I won't say the name, but the manufacturer of the equipment themselves, they've all now agreed that there's an error. There's what they call erroneous code in the machine. They can't tell why. They're spitting out fake results. They looked in 67 Georgia counties. They found the same thing in 65 out of 67. There are now 8 counties around the country. Fulton County, Pennsylvania is now suing. They found it. These machines, when you actually do a one-on-one, a hand count, they're discovering 25% discrepancies. Elections are being rigged all over the country.
Okay. So let's go with that. Here's an article from Politico, top cyber threats facing midterms. If you want to zoom in a little bit, while a major attack against the midterms remain unlikely, digital malefactors have a range of options for trying to undermine vote. There's discussions going on right now all over the place. But here's a part.
Let's all cover up. Go look, Google the words DHS June 3rd CISA report. They came out with a report on June 3rd that may as well be called the Patrick Byrne was right again report. June 3rd, CISA election, at an election.
How do you spell
CISA? C-I-S-A. C-I-S-A election.
What is that short for? CISA.
Yeah. Right. They issued a report on June 3rd.
Cybersecurity and what does that say, Tyler?
Infrastructure Security Agency. So it's a part of the DHS.
Heard of that.
It's part of the DHS that oversees our the security of everything cyber, including our election equipment. They're the guys who said this was the most secure election in history. They came out on June 3rd with a report that said, actually, the equipment we said was the most secure election in history, we now acknowledge has 9 massive security vulnerabilities in it. So massive they can't be patched. That's it. Oh, this is the Mesa County report. So CISA came out on June 3rd saying, we now acknowledge these machines are eminently hackable. Somebody got a hold of a machine in Mesa County, Colorado, and they found exactly the hack that DHS CISA said and now acknowledges is very, very easy to do. There's 9 ways to do it. That's it. CISA releases security advisory on Dominion voting systems, Democracy Suite. Turns out that the machines that counted 23%, I think, of the ballots in 2020 turn out to have while Dominion assembles the machines entirely.
Innocent until proven guilty. Fine. Until you can prove it, I'm not going to say, because that's the same exact thing Democrats. They're like a bad opponent. You're an annoying opponent because any
militias and stuff.
Right, like that whole shirt.
But the problem with him is that whatever he's right about just gets overshadowed by the one thing he was very, very wrong about.
And you're saying this now, right? You're
then brother, the American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace, I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI, they got to do something. And I'm gonna tell you what they will do. It doesn't matter right, wrong, or indifferent. They have to investigate this. They have to investigate this. And I think that if it is found to be true and the proof prevails, which I'm convinced after talking to Candace and the stuff that we talked about, I'm convinced, then that means that there should be dire consequences for the French government and whoever else was involved, the Macrons or whatever, dire consequences. I'm talking about the American government should go after them like never before. Then, brother, the American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace, I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI, they got to do something. And I'm gonna tell you what they will do. It doesn't matter right, wrong, or indifferent. They have to.
The government ears Alex Jones.
Alex Jones is a Fed. Alex Jones is he's not real, because those are bots working for the establishment saying, oh, the original rebel Paul Revere of the modern and others have more horses in the world than we never had before. Any other supplement all over the big pot restaurant with nobody going in it shuts down.
True. So what this proves yet again is when it comes to the Constitution, the law, the rules, the fact that the U.S. Senate and the Democrats
busy, don't go. Invited to Mar-a-Lago because it's just an event. President comes by to shake your hand. I love that, but I don't have time for it. But no. I'm going to get the real attention with a high-powered bullhorn outside the White House and outside Mar-a-Lago, because that's where I get the real attention, not to hurt Trump, but to get him to not commit political suicide. Roger.
Alex, I'm in complete and total agreement. When we come back, I'm going to drop a couple truth bombs that people don't know, things that I learned last week when I met with the president and when I was in Washington.
Massive.
In the meantime, I'm going to take some methylene blue so I can get through the next segment.
You're looking good, Roger.
Sort of. It's like putting super gasoline in your car rather than the regular stuff. It's subtle, but you notice it.
You do.
Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live for.
Felt like 1,000 pounds was off my back. And then I saw everybody else saying it. I'm like, oh my God, this is a major offense. It looks like Trump got some control of the CIA. Now they're exposing their own operation. This is historic, Roger. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Well, Alex, I think you're exactly right. Let me point out a couple things. One of the very best things the president has done, which really shows that he does understand what they have in mind, is to reassert control and discipline within the U.S. military. Pete Hegseth has done an extraordinary job of revamping the military, getting rid of those globalist generals and other leaders who would not carry out an order from the commander-in-chief, a legal constitutional order. He's done away with the DEI policies that are destroying our military. He's done away with the mandatory vaccination policies that were destroying our military.
And let's be clear, I know I'm interrupting, but all of that has come out in documents. We knew it, but then it came out as a purge. Get good people out because they won't take a poison shot. DEI became the offices of like the Inquisition of who to persecute. They had incredible power, not just in the Pentagon, but in the NSA and CIA.